You've seen him not honoring the sessions, and you guys can see everything. Guys, I know there are a lot of people who want to say, but for me, let me just stop it from there because it's so painful. Let us just pray that God helps us. Let us put God first. Let us believe that everything will be okay. But with this government, we will always expect the worst. It's so sad. For those who are arranging for tomorrow, uh, the person who is in charge, you can DM me the details. Let us go there. We need to find our kids. God bless you.
Asante sana Voice of Tongaren. Actually, the person who was arranging that was I think anaitwa nani. Let me check for the handle. It was in a previous space during the day. I got wind of it from there, so I got wind of it from there. So that is where I got the information. That's why I shared it on this space. Anaitwa Fish Sensors. The handle is at Imbai K. Imbai K. You can check her handle. You can check on my timeline. I've retweeted her post. So yeah, you guys can reach her. There's a poster alishare hapo. Now people will be going to Nyeri tomorrow in the morning from 5 to 6. If you don't have means and you're within Nairobi, please avail yourself at tea room in the morning. That is the information I got from that space. So yeah, tunaendelea, and I really support that cause, because we cannot have 70 children just vanishing into the thin air. I want to go through the comment section kidogo before I give it to Grace. And before I go through the comment section, I also want to tell you guys that for a moment, please, tunajua historia ya Endarasha imekuwa swept under the carpet since ifanyike. People have been concentrating on Adani and everything. So this space, as much as there is so much heat on the Adani issue, please, we want to raise our voice on the Endarasha kids. So tafadhali, I know bado mko na rage na story na Adani and everything and what just happened today and all that, but please, we will still do a space on Adani hata kesho. We know it is not over. It is not over, tutaendelea, but we want to create awareness. Hii mambo na Endarasha, no, we have to find these kids hali wako, lazima tujue watoto wako wapi. So please, ukikuja kwa microphone please, asira ya Dani kidogo weka kwa la nyingine, tunataka hiyo ingine ndio erupt. Hii asira ya Endarasha, we want to find these kids. Where are our kids? Comment section naona Arnold Kokonya, the underscore hot underscore teapot underscore anasema, how is it possible that the government is able to find watu walikuwa wanakula mchele na nyama parliament, lakini they can't find 70 children? Very good question. Hayo ndio kitu nilikuwa nawaambia hapa. Wangeambiwa sasa hivi kujie kwa wino, wangekuwa wamekujia hapa, hata wamenitoe kwa shimo gani nimejificha, but they hawezi fuata 70 pupils, watu very innocent people wenye hata hawajui wako wapi nini, hawezi find out. Okay, interesting. Evan Baluto at Evan Baluto anasema, whatever story is going on in Endarasha is confusing. Yes, it was tragic, and my heartfelt condolences goes to the families. Now parents with students in private school are a bit advanced tech-wise. 70 pupils missing today. I'm kinda off. The silence is not adding up. Yes, it is not adding up. It cannot add up. It will never add up until we find the 70 pupils. So I agree with you there, Ivan. Who else is here? Eunice Kwamboka says, let's occupy Endarasha Academy in solidarity with the parents. Yes, I agree with you, Eunice. We have to occupy Endarasha. Engineer Josh. This was long ago. Okay, who else is here? Okay, I'll go to Grace. Guys, again, before Grace starts, please keep your comments coming. Upper comment section. use the hashtag Occupy Endarasha and hashtag Justice for Endarasha Kids. Those are the two hashtags nimeona zikitumika kwa hiyo space ilikuwa, so use those hashtags please. Occupy Endarasha and Justice for Endarasha Kids. Use those hashtags. Keep tweeting tafadhali. We want it to reach as many people as possible. There is your post nimeshare hapo kwa comment section, please. You can also tweet for so that wenye wanataka kuenda na wako kwa aware that maybe there is that one is they can meet that tweet in this timeline. Thank you. Grace.
Yes, thank you, KOT. I mean, I don't even know where to start. As a children rights advocate, I'm sad, I'm saddened, and this issue is really tragic. I mean, what the fuck this government think it is? Because, since this thing happened, the only post I saw the government doing is condoling with the family. Sijui mara wameweka 3 days of mourning, sijui wameenda hapo kudonate rice and beans. Who told this government that those kids were actually hungry? Tumefika pahali, there is a lot of insecurity in this country. And why should I be paying taxes to a government that cannot protect me and my children? Why should I be doing that? Kitu inaniudhi sana. To add salt to the injury, we are seeing government doing nothing about it. Because mimi hata nilikuwa najiuliza swali, if these pupils were in the dormitory, how can they be missing? Is either they were burnt, all of them, or kama wako burnt, all of them, some of them could escape the fire. And if they escaped the fire and the school is secured, where could these children go to? So this is the answer. Government inajaribu, and I want to believe that school has worked closely with the government to transport our children wherever wherever they want to transport our children to, then light up the dormitory by themselves and pretend there was a fire incident. That is what I tend to believe. Imagine children dying in a dormitory innocently. And guys, I want to tell you, this war is not only physical. This war is also spiritual. And I want to urge each and every person in this group, each and every person listening to me, let us kneel down to our God and pray. I even told people in some video in my TikTok account that these politicians, they like brainwashing people. Because you see, what happened in that academy, really, if we look at this thing categorically, it's something that should not even be happening. If I look at the windows those children had, if I look at the type of material that dormitory was made of, wood and mabati, then I ask myself, how many times have we had fire incidents in the schools? So many times. What has the government done? There is no inspections that government does to those schools, because we know very well, if in the places of work, there are always fire management training, why schools are an exception? If I tell a teacher right now, please show me how a fire extinguisher is used, they cannot, because there is no training that goes on in those primary and secondary schools on how to manage fire. There is no fire assembly in those schools. I worked like in 3 different schools, and indeed there is no fire assembly. There is no fire alarms. So why am I paying tax to this government? Why? Why am I paying? Because literally they have told us and they have shown us they don't care about our children. This is a government that does not care about its future generation. They are busy with things that is not even important, if you may ask me. And I'm wondering what women reps are doing, because these are mothers. These are mothers. If I can see a whole first lady condoling with the family and doing nothing about it. I've not seen any politician in that school trying to find out what exactly happened in that school. So we are alone as a country. And I've seen people commenting at, oh, when you walipigia serikali kura, sijui atoi serikali. I want to tell you, if you are here and you did not vote, you voted for this government. So it is high time we collect ourselves together with the mistakes that we did and push this government out, because this government literally does not fucking care about our children. Nimekasirika sana, wacha tuniachie hapo. Nimekasirika sana.
Yeah, in the midst of hasira, tafadhali occupy Endarasha tomorrow asubuhi. KOT, I can't see any requests, so kama kuna request on your side, please help me approve them. Yeah, I'll go to Patrick Wamalwa. Patrick.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. Mimi nataka kusema hivi. From June 25th, in this country, hatujawahi kuwa na serikali. We don't have a government in this country. The government we have is an illegitimate government. It lost power from the people. What they are having loosely is a coalition government they formed just to hang on and continue on their looting spree. Shocking issue is this. Wakati watu waliuliwa bunge, innocent lives were slaughtered. There was no day of national mourning, there was no apology, and they called them anarchists. Wakati huko Kware watu walipatikana innocent, wameuawa, hatujawahi the truth about that story. Now today we are speaking about Endarasha. My friends, do you expect anything good from this government? Nothing. These people are pursuing a very evil agenda in this country. Nataka kuwauliza swali moja. William Ruto huwa anapenda kujisema yeye ni mtu wa Mungu. Can somebody just tell me, kanisa ya William Ruto Sunday huwa ni kanisa gani? Let me just shock you Kenyans. Every Sunday you only meet Ruto going for churches, harambes. We knew Uhuru was a Catholic. He used to go to the Catholic church. Kibaki was a Catholic, alikuwa anaenda Catholic church. Moi tulikuwa tunajua alikuwa anaenda hiyo African what church. But can you specifically tell us the church William Ruto goes to? These are very shocking things that we are going through in this country. What happened at Endarasha is very shocking. The government comes out and says that watoto wote wamekuwa accounted for. Na wana issue statement and they want it to be business as usual. But mnakumbuka hiyo story yule mzazi alikuja akasema nini? Mtoto mmoja alimwambia kwamba mtoto mmoja walitoroka kwa dom, wakafanya nini? Wakapewa blanketi keep warm. And then shockingly, huyo mtoto alikuwa na wazazi karibu akaenda nyumbani. Huyo mtoto, that is the missing link in this Endarasha issue. That mtoto gives us the link of what really happened. The truth you're not being told. And the government of Kenya wants to bury something. The same way they lied to us about Kware is the same thing they want to do with this Endarasha issue. It's so shocking that shule ambayo ina records za wanafunzi wote. Tuna wale wamekufa, kuna wale wako hospitali, na kuna wale wamechomeka beyond recognition. Mwili zao ziko hapa mnafanya DNA. Mzazi anaenda, anaambiwa, atileta tu nini zako samples, lakini namba, na yenye wazazi wanatafuta watoto, the number doesn't match. That is just another lie that this government wants to perpetuate. I can tell you it's very painful for the parents, and I understand what the parents are going through is very, very painful. We don't have a government in this country, and I want to support those who will be going tomorrow at Nyeri. Please represent us. And one thing you should do, please act like intelligence officers. Jaribu muende kwa ground, mujaribu kufind information, especially wanawake. Jaribu to kuwa friendly na watu, you'll get the stories that are not being told. Don't go with your phone or anything. Just wanawake, I advise you, speak, send like people who act like spies. Just talk to mamas. They'll give you the whole story. That's not the truth. That is unspoken. That is the truth that happened. There's something that these people want to hide, and they think it'll come out in the near future. I'm very disappointed. That's what I can say for now. But I think we don't have a government in this country. If there was a way, we get rid of them, I'm ready to take that role. Wacha tuniwachie hapo. Asanteni for now. Asante.
Asante sana Patrick. I'll go to Gaddafi. Alafu, hey, Keoti, are you there? Wait, Keoti. Aya, Gaddafi, go ahead.
Ngoja kidogo. Mabonga, unasikia Kowino?
Wanyama bana hata siwaoni bana. Mko aje space na siwaoni.
Hii space iko na shida, but we will be
Bana,
on.
mi naona,
Mabonga.
wacha nikwambie, mi I can only see voice of Tongaren, Salome na Gaddafi kwa wenye wamebaki. Patrick Don mbona na connect na Grace na host peke yake.
Unajua
Those are
Kowino
the only
huwezi kuwa
people I can see. I don't
huwezi
even
kuwa
know if
unatumia
kama kuna
Infinix.
speakers wengine. Wewe mwenyewe hata nasikia tu
Kowino
unaongea.
huwezi
I don't
kuwa
know.
Kowino
Mabonga
huwezi
bana,
kuwa
space iko
unatumia
na shida gani?
Infinix.
Refresh space.
Simu yako. Hao watu wengine watu wanaona.
Mabonga anaongea, Kowino umsikii. Kowino akiongea, Mabonga amsikii. Bana, hii space imefanywa ile kitu. At least acha binti akuje bana. Tuone, tusikie a new voice. Maybe the space will be.
Hapana, o kijana anatumia Infinix.
Binti, how are you?
Hello, good evening. How are you?
Asante sana. Karibu kwenye space. Now, we are injecting on Endarasha issues, and we had a minor problem with the internet, but tuko tumerudi. Thanks for joining us, by the way, because in Amanisha we have firepower to continue with the conversation. Gaddafi, where are you? Gaddafi, can you hear me?
Hello, Wanyama.
Aya.
Inject. Yes. Thank you for giving me this chance. I've had people asking the question that what is wrong with this government. But for me, I'm not going to ask that question because it is becoming boring now. For me, I'm asking what is wrong with ourselves as Kenyans? What is wrong with us as Kenyans? 21 pupils dead. 70 are missing. We are doing nothing. It is as if everything is just okay. People wake up, they go to work. So it is high time that people acted. Because the fact is, we do not have a government. What we have in the name of government are criminals. From the president to members of county assembly, all of them are criminals. So if we continue waiting for them to act, my friends, we are wasting time. It is high time that we got angry. We should be serious. If we keep on talking without action, they will get used to us. They will not act. They will never act. So my question is concerning this issue of the school. 70 children are missing. Let's say that they manage to escape from the dormitory. Does it mean that in this particular community there are no people? Because in such a case, or in such a situation, I expect that some of the community members could have met with these kids roaming around. So does it mean that in this community there are no people? Is that what the government is trying to tell us? The houses that are around there. Because if these kids were to escape, right, I expected that they could have visited some of these houses around. No one is talking about this. Here we are asking, what is wrong with this government? It is high time that we started asking, what is wrong with us as Kenyans? Right? Because I know some of us, you sit in your house with your kids, you think that such a thing will not happen to you. One day it might happen to you. Yeah? Nobody will be there to defend you, to grieve with you. So it is high time we start acting together. Let us pull our resources together and act against this government. We do not have a government here. It makes no sense to me. 70 students missing. Think about their parents. What are their parents going through right now? They paid the school fees. They expect the duty of care to be with the school, right? You entrust someone with your kid, and then someone comes out and tells you that your kid is no longer there. Your kid is missing. Yeah? No good explanation is being given to you as a parent. Right? So for me, I would advise those who shall be going there, the owner of this school is known. The wife is known. The kids are known. Why don't we start with this guy first, if possible? Because we know very well that the policemen will not help us here, and they are not going to help. Right? Let us trust this guy. Let us have this guy plus the family. Once the family is threatened, this guy will talk and will explain to us, to the public, what actually happened. Another person we should also look for is the security officer. Where was he? What was he doing? Right? And another question is, how fast does fire spread? 21 children were burned in that dormitory. How fast does the fire spread? Right? These kids were wailing, they were making noise, they were crying in the dormitory. How far is this school with the rest of the houses in that community? And how long did it take for people to act? Because they're insinuating that the doors were closed from outside. Right? We should stop joking as Kenyans. We should stop joking. It is high time we acted. Someone comes and tells you that I'll give you rice and beans. For what? Your child is missing and someone wants to give you rice and beans. Did you tell that person that you are hungry? Huh? At times, for us to change things, we have to be mad. Acting normally will not help us. We are going nowhere. Being humble will not help us. It shall take us nowhere. This political class has mastered our behavior as public. They know these guys will just talk. And then they give up. Right? We have to know, where are these kids? We have to know. Kama ingekuwa unatafuta mtu mwenye ameenda maandamano, saizi angeshapatikana. Right? Kama ingekuwa gari ya bangi, saizi wangeshika. Now, it is high time we start asking, ile wanasemanga mlango 10 siji mara nini na nini. Those people should be able to tell us what goes on in that community and what transpired on that particular night, what happened. Right? We should be questioning these guys. Right? This is something that is known. We should not be sitting back and waiting for the government to act because they will not act. Huh? Something needs to be done. And it needs to be done by us, not the government. Because the government is not going to help. So for me as Kenyans, hatujachoka na hii government. Hatujachoka. Right? Just from our action, hatujachoka na hii government. Ile time tutachoka na hii government, hakuna mtu atakwambia toka kwa nyumba yako enda maandamano. You sacrifice yourself. You save money. You pay for your kids' school fee. And then someone comes and tells you, eti mtoto wako amepotea. Eti mtoto wako amekufa kwa moto. Seriously. Eh? And some of our parents, saa zingine wakuli wakisave school fee, walipie mtoto. Angalau in future mtoto apate maisha mazuri. And then someone comes out and tells you that, oh, you entrusted your kid with me, right? But I'm sorry, mtoto wako amepotea na sijui ameenda wapi. Right? I entrust you with my kid, with his safety. The duty of care is on you. You don't come and tell me nonsense. Huh? Kama ni mbaya, then tutafuta watoto wako na familia yako. Kaeni chini tuambie watoto wetu wameenda wapi. Right? Ingekuwa mtoto wa Ruto amepotea, ingekuwa mtoto wa Raila amepotea, mtoto wa Kindiki saizi wangepatikana the same day. The same day. Huh? What are we doing? What are we waiting for? Why don't we trace this guy, the owner of this school, plus the family, tuwaweke chini, tuwaulize, tuambie watoto wetu wameenda wapi. If not, an eye for an eye. The guy will talk. Atatuambia what happened with the kids. Atatuambia. Lakini if you are waiting for the government has never been on our side and will never be. More so, these crooks. Government ya Ruto right? This will never be on our side. Ruto will always serve the white man. That is what he's doing. Because hao ndio walimweka hapo. So it is high time, sisi kama Kenya, hao watoto lazima watuambie wameenda wapi. Watoto wameenda wapi. Some of these parents saizi hawawezi kula, hawawezi lala. Kila time akitembea anasumbuliwa akili, hata anaweza gongwa na gari barabarani. Anafikiria watoto wake venye ame sacrifice. Alafu mtu anakuambia ujinga. Ajui penye mtoto wako. Seriously. That is how we want to grow as a nation. That is how we want to protect ourselves as a people of Kenya. Right? And then someone tells me that let us leave it to God. No, we are not leaving it to God. We have been leaving it to God. Kila time tuachie Mungu. Kila time tuachie Mungu. It is high time we acted. Sasa hii serikali tuliambiwa ililetwa na Mungu. Eti serikali ya Mungu. Taka. What are these people telling us? Hamtatuuzia hopes. Eti tuachie Mungu. Kila time tumekuwa tukiachia Mungu. Tunaachia Mungu. Ona serikali Mungu alituletea garbage. Right? So let us do something. When you ataenda huko, because for me, I will not have an opportunity to go because I'm not in Kenya. But let us do something. Let us do something. Let us hold our hands together and act together. Lakini tukiendelea kugojea eti mara government watafanya nini? Hakuna. Uliona venye huyo mzungu anaitwa nani? Huyo government spokesperson anasema takataka. Right? Why do we take time to listen to such a person? Bogus. Tutafute, let us be clear here. Tutafute watchman ako wapi? Aletwe. The owner of the school plus the wife plus the kids wawekwe room moja waulizwe, produce our kids. Those people will tell us what transpired, what really happened on that particular night. They will tell us. But my friend, if we were to sit back and wait for the government to act, they will never act. This government can only act when it comes to embezzlement of funds. Hiyo kabisa. Deals za takataka, hizo madeals, they will act. But protecting us, protecting the public, having our interest at heart, my friend, let us forget about it. This government will never do it. Will never do it. So let us act as Kenyans. Tukasirike, hatujakasirika, tukasirike. As a parent, whenever you forgo lunch, ili watu wako wakule sapo usiku, ili watoto wako waende shule ulipe school fee. It doesn't make you mad enough, that one. Hauwezi kasirika bado. Ukitoka asubuhi unaenda job, alafu you know very well that this salary nikipata within 3 days nimeanza kukopesha do. Hiyo hata haiwezi fanya ukasirike bado. Haiwezi fanya ukasirike. Kenyans, let us be serious. Government. We don't have a government. We are on our own. Let us act. We are on our own. No one will help us. It is us. When you walisema, sometimes back walikuwa nasema security begins with us, right? So, it is upon us to act. Let us not wait. Tujue watoto wako wapi. And in fact, inafaa tuwape within this particular number of days tuambie watoto wetu wako wapi. Right? Lakini if you are a parent, if you are a Kenyan parent, you are seated comfortably because mtoto wako hajapotea, hakuchomeka, maisha yako inaendelea kama kawaida, then you are not a parent. You are not a parent. In traditional African community, mtoto alikuwa ya kila mtu.
Gaddafi, wrap up.
Right? So, let us do something. Let us do something. Let them tell us where our children are. So that is all that I can say. Thank you so much.
Asante sana, Binti.
Thank you. Gaddafi, please
Gaddafi,
mute your
please
mic.
mute your mic.
Correct.
Binti, I had a question for you.
Yes, go ahead.
Do you think there's something sinister going on with the way the government is handling the Endarasha thing, or do you think they're just following the procedure the way it should be done?
Following procedure. Following procedure how? I think there's something very off. There's something in the air just feels very off. I don't see any efforts to try and find those kids. I don't see any type of accountability from the school or this what you call this person for education, the one that's telling the schools the kids to go back to school. Then we have this guy Mwara, whoever he is, sending beans and rice. Is that what our kids are worth, by the way? Why is nobody there's such a lack of effort to investigate what really happened, or just a lack of accountability and transparency? Why were they shutting the gates? It makes zero sense to me. And then I'm hearing that there were ambulances spotted in JKIA. I've come on the TL, for the first time I'm seeing there's kids that are in Uganda. Something just feels so off, and I just want to listen to what people are saying because I'm so thrown off. Honestly, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right, not in my spirit, not in my system, not in my anything. My bones are telling me, my gut is telling me that something is truly, truly off. And we cannot allow this. Guys, kids. Yani, this is the future of our country. We cannot allow this to just pass by and we don't say anything about it. We don't try to figure out what happened or what's currently happening. We can't just keep quiet. Okay, so hi everybody. Thank you for having me. This is Sauti ya Mwananchi, hosted by KOT and co-hosted by myself and Kowino, and Wanyama was just here. We also have our other co-hosts, Aya the Sixth and Rabia. So today we're talking about the Endarasha kids and trying to dissect and just figure out what's really happening, like what's the truth behind this sad situation that we're currently in. So Kowino, I hope you're okay. I hope you're back. Hope you can hear me. So I'd like to hear from a lady first. I'll go to Salome. I think you're here for a long time. Then I'll go to Toria, then Joseph, then Philip, then Lynn, if that's okay. So Salome, hi.
Yes, I'm doing good. I have been here before. I drop a bit, but I'm back. This is a very serious case, and it's like the government, they just taking everything easy. We are not stupid, and Ruto should know the silence of Gen Z and Millennium should not make him comfortable. Gen Z and Millennium, they are just watching somewhere, sitting somewhere, and seeing things sliding. And by tomorrow, I think the action will be on with the Gen Z and Millennium, the spearheaded to Endarasha to take the course up again. We don't want to arrest these people to our police because they won't give us the good information. We will arrest them. When we arrived at Nyeri, we have to take that, the owner of that school, tumpeleke bahali, na ule mwalimu alikuwa duty, those matrons, alafu atupatie good information. Na tukisema hivyo hapa, saa hii najua watateremusha maaskari huko. Wakisikia tu Gen Z na Millennium wameamuka inu vichwa. That's what will happen. Because when they catch these people, they don't give good information or interrogate them in the good manner. Remember, how si wanyama ama kuku ama cows taken to a slaughterhouse to be slaughtered. 21 bodies down, 70 missing. Another sum again today in TikTok, 93 children somewhere in Uganda. The government is still sleeping and saying nothing. We don't have a government. Yes, I support the first speaker. We don't have a government and we don't have a reader. I told you Ruto is a politician, not qualified to be a reader or a president. He is supposed to be in shamba mwanzo si ya leadership. Aende huko akalime, achane na serikali yetu. And anybody willing to lead this great nation should start now because our country is on crisis. Hatuna mtu wa kutuongoza. Wale wote tulichagua wamewekwa mfuko na huo politicians, ni wamsimamie aweze kukaa kwa power for many years zile anataka. Juu yeye akona kitu tunaitwa commercial capital. Hana kitu tunaitanga social capital. Nobody believe in Ruto reader. Accountable, the owner of that school, tumshike sisi, na najua watatuzuilia kozi watakuwa huko, but we'll do our best. Mpaka ashikwa ekwe mkononi na huo bibi yake. Tunasikia ni David Kinywa na sijui Mele Wanjeli, the owner of that school. Then we'll have those people who are on that time. Moto ulianzaje na ulishikaje haraka mpaka ukachoma hawa watoto wote? Time mpaka hawa watoto wachomeke. Hakuna mtu yeyote angeingia na blanketi ikiwa na maji, at least a save some children. Waliangalia tu watoto kwa dormitory wakichomeka, then milango ya dormitory ilifungwa na nani? Because tunasikia ilikuwa imefungwa na nje. There is something fishy through this Endarasha tragedy. And we want silent, not even Nyeri. Nyeri, you'll demonstrate, even in town, people should demonstrate for these children. Watoto ni wa kila tumbo ya mama kuanga wa kila mtu, si wa mama peke yake. Remember, those are the innocent souls. Below 10 years, my God. Na hii kutoka June, hii jana kutoka Ruto ingie kwa serikali, watoto wengi wamekufa sana. Alafu si watu wakubwa wanakufa, ni watoto. What is happening? What is happening with this government killing innocent small children? Young souls have gone down 6 feet. What is happening with the Ruto government? Ruto government is a cult. A government. We don't have a government in Kenya. And we do all our thing that we toa hii serikali. Imagine hatutaki hii serikali. We uplift Uhuru. But where? Uhuru was a Simba. He was a lion in leadership. Hatujaisikia mambo kama haya tunasikia. Hata kama kulikuwa na migoma hatujaisikia watu wameuliwa vile watu waliuliwa time ile tulienda kwa street. He was releasing policies with orders, but Ruto policies are illegal. Shoot and kill. Ndivyo akae hapo kwa power. Kwa nini anafanya Wakenya hivyo? Why should you allow the devil to rule this? Ruto, kwa nini? Hataki twende tukamtembelee, na hiyo state house ni yetu. Kwa nini anatuogopa na sisi ndiye anatuongoza? Why should you fear your employee? Kwa nini Ruto kila wakati tukitaka kusema tunaenda state house tukamtembelea anaweka kila aina ya block? What is happening in the real sense? Kenya should wake up. Gen Z and millennium, we have to wake up na hatulali tena. Let's not sleep again. Let's go back again to the street. Na akisikia tu Gen Z ashaanza kutetemeka, but this is the time to fight for those children. This is not a joke. Imagine umepeleka mtoto wako shule, umelala usiku, kumbe mtoto analia mahali, mama nisaidie. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. This is not a government. This is a cult. This is not a government. We don't have a government in Kenya. Kenya should keep that in mind. Hatuna serikali na hatuna president. We don't have a president. Alafu tumemwachilia hivyo, ameona tumenyamaza, akafikiria tumeenda. We are still in and we are very, very eager and we are taking back the cause again to the street. Be blessed all.
Okay, thank you so much Salome. I think my co-host drop kidogo.
Niko hapa KOT unanisikia?
Oh, sawa. Yes, kwa hiyo nakusikia.
Hii space yako leo iko na shida. Umeona imerusha hata binti nje. This space has a problem. I think serikali wameanza
kuambia waache kutumia nilikwambia waache kutumia Infinix bwana. Hiyo kitu italipuka kwa mkono.
Ni serikali. Najua situmii Infinix but ni serikali. Anyway, kama hiyo Infinix itafanya nipitishe hii ujumbe napitisha, so be it. Asante sana Salome kwa mchango wako. Nimekupata sambamba and yeah, you said umesema mambo ya ukweli sana. And I agree with you. Hii serikali inatuchezea shege sana. Wanatubeba ufala sana. And like I've said here tangu hii space ianze. There is no way 70 kids wanaweza potea into the thin air. Like hawako nowhere to be traced. DCI Nyaguto and his team hawezi wa find anyway. We know about Nyaguto. Hawawezi find hawa watoto 70, 71, 2, 3 mpaka 70. Hawa ndio watu wakiambiwa tu leo muende mtafute ule kwa wino anasema mambo na Endarasha, hawezi chukua hata 1 hour. Saa hii venye tunaongea hivi wakiambiwa tu go and find kwa wino, 1 hour itaisha before msikie nimeenda. 1 hour haitaisha before msikie kwa wino ameishia. But 70 children, 1, 2, 3, 4 mpaka 70. Hawezi pata hata mmoja waseme tu ndio huyu tumepata mmoja. Lakini wanakuambia kuna wenye walikimbia into the neighboring villages, walikimbia hapo kwa majirani wakashelter huko. Where are they? Okay, produce them. You have information that they ran away wakashelter kwa majirani? Where are they hao wenye walishelter hapo? So sielewi hao watu wanatubeba tu ufala sana. Like watoto wako wapi? 70 children wana miss tu, wanapotea tu ghafla, hawako. Hamjasema waliungua, hamjasema ati sijui wako wapi, hamjui kwenye wako. And you are charged with the mandate ya kufind wako wapi. Are we even safe? Are we safe? Kama watoto, heri sisi mnatuitaga criminals. Hao watoto mtawaita nini bas kama if you can't account for them? Sisi at least tunaendaga maandamano, you can call us criminals, treasonous criminals. How about those 70 kids? Toria, then Lynn, then Jeffy.
What? Hi KOT, hi Kowino, Wanyama, and Lynn and the rest. I hope mko poa. Mi manze mi siko poa. I feel so bad. Like this government is really fucked up. Me, I don't understand. Why? Hey, tuko na wamama wa mabibi za hizo kunguru ziko hapo hivyo zinajiita politicians. Tuko na wanawake wanajiita women rep. Hakuna mtu hata mmoja ameifungua mdomo hivi aseme watoto kuhusu watoto. Guy, surely. Kwani kuna wenye wanapasukanga kwa miti na wenye wanazaliwa nomo? Kwani kuna difference gani? Kuna watu wanatumia mwili ya kuimport na wengine wanatengenezwa na soil. But they am so mad, like, you know, we have women in the political seats and they can't talk. They are just they are silent, saying nothing. It's been almost a week now. 70 children have disappeared. Nobody has said anything about it. Just they are taking food as if they are going to celebrate the death of the children. What the fucking hell is that? Yani, hey, guy. Mwaura anaongea nini huyo mbaba? Anafaa tumuimportie jua kwanza yeye achomeke hata yeye akufe asikie. Kwani if mtoto wa politician angepotea, hii Kenya yote hata ingefungwa tutafute mtoto. Sai watu kwa streets wamepotea youth. Haionekani ni kama ni kitu. Hao ni watoto, for Christ's sake. Those are children below 18 hata hawajafikia kuwa adults. Nobody is talking about it. They are just silent as if nothing happened. Only to call a 3-day mourning nationwide. What has that helped? Kukuja hapa kulaunch sijui ACC ama ni nini, instead of going and looking for those kids. Uko kwenye wanasema watoto wako, si waende uko waingie watafute. This system is really fucked up. If we are waiting for Ruto to instruct or to tell those niggas to go look for kids, then we'll be wasting our times. I think it's high time we as Kenyans, we take action. We go find the kids. We go occupy everywhere. You know, we cannot tolerate these niggas anymore. It's too much. It's too much, man. Guy, mimi sijawahi sikia kuchizi hivi kai. Sijafikia kuwa mama, lakini mimi mtoto wangu mtu bana mimi mbona ufunge gate? Ilifungwa na nani? It means that watu walikuwa wanajua everything that was going on. The government really knows everything that's going on. Ruto ni msee ameishi kulead kwa blood. Manze mtu nakumbuka alirudisha baby Pendo kwa kanisa achomeke. Huyo ndo mtu tuna expect tutafutie watoto wetu. For Christ's sake, mzazi ametupa mtoto nje asichomeke, then mtu anamregesha ndani. Na mnakuja hata kusema huyo Uhuru. Who is fucking Uhuru? Si walikuwa wanafanya hizo shit pamoja hiyo 207. Hakuna mtu perfect kwa hii political world. We should never believe politicians. Sasa tunalia huku wao wako huko anaserereka, wanafurahia pesa yetu yenye wamechukua. Watoto wetu wanakufa, watoto wanauzwa, sehemu zao zinauzwa. Hakuna mtu anaongea, wamepotea. Mtoto mwenye alienda kurescue wengine wawili, mmoja tu ndo alijulikana jina. Pia yeye amedisappear. How on earth watoto 70 guy walibebwa na nini? Those children hawezi trek distance yote. Hata kama ni kuingia kwa hizo maboma bana. Watu si wajinga bana. Wajinga waliisha Kenya. Bu watupee watoto na watuambie watoto wako wapi.
Asante sana Toria. The anger is justified. Ladies and gentlemen, hii ni Sauti ya Mwananchi na leo tunauliza where are our kids? Kuna post nimeshare hapo comment section for those who will be going to occupy Endarasha tomorrow. Akina Imbani walikuwa na hiyo space mchana and they have said that sorry about that. They have said that wenye wanataka kuenda kesho Endarasha asubuhi and you don't have means na uko within Nairobi, please avail yourselves hapo tea room asubuhi saa 11 to 6 ikupate hapo so that they can facilitate your transport. People will be going, lots of people. So if you are available, please tokezea kesho Nyeri. We help those ladies who lost their children because it is just impossible. kutuambia watoto 70 wamepotea na hamjui wako wapi. Chanzo cha moto, mara stima, mara nini. And hizi moto za shule zimekuwa zikifanyika time and again. Shule zinaungua. And the government is never prepared. Mwenye hiyo shule kwanza ni nani? Anyway, Lynn, alafu Jeffy.
Asante sana. I hope nasikika.
Okay.
I hope mko salama. Kwanza nataka kuanzia na kuuliza swali. Watu wenye mnauliza, why is the government not saying anything? And my question is, what do you want the government to say? What should the government say? Like if you are the government, would you say anything? But of course, yes, the government have something to say. The thing that the government can tell us is that the kids were banned beyond recognition and we need more time to perform some research and whatever they call them so that we know who is who and where is where and what is what. You know? Lakini guys, I want us to understand one thing. Kuna kitu nimeweka kwa Jumbotron, mtu akiconfess aliona everything that was happening. And I want us to reason together. Kama mlango ya kutoka ilikuwa imefungwa na nje, watoto 70 walipotelelea wapi? You know? I also want to understand. Kama milango zilikuwa zimefungwa na nje, is that a school of magic? That watoto walisema arakadabra huwa wakatoka, wakafungua poto, wakatoroka cause mlango imefungwa na nje na watoto 70 wamedisappear. So whatever that person explains there, it is very clear. Watoto wetu walitolewa, alafu wao wenyewe, either the matron or patron ama watchman, wakawasha moto ili to cover up the story. And the government cannot say anything. Kwa sababu saa hizi watoto wetu wako Uganda. Wamewekwa pahali kama kondoo za kutolewa sacrifice ili Ruto asitoke kwa kiti yake. Another thing we need to note. Wakati hii shule ilichomeka, hakukuwa na firefighters. Hazingepatikana. Why zipatikane alafu wachome evidence? Lazima ingepatikana. So, their plan was, kwa sababu lazima watu watakuwa questionable, lazima the state ijipresent hapo na ijifanye inalia na watu. And this is why Gachagua alikuja hapo kujifanya anaombea watu, akiwalilia where else deep down alikuwa anajua what was happening. Kwa sababu everything that is happening, we don't need a third eye to see that Ruto is in it. We really don't need. Kwa sababu tell me, how our government have PhD, lakini hawana akili ya kufikiria shule imechomeka inafaa kuwa under construction, under renovation, lakini haifai kukua ikiwa na wanafunzi. If the government is not involved, kwa nini huyu mtu wa seasonal man, Mr. Isaac, kwa nini hata nimemuita Mr. kwa nini? Kwa nini Isaac, huyu man wa seasonal, kwa nini anasema watoto 20 wamepatikana lakini haizi wa produce? Tuna understand. Kwa nini after Gachagua amekuja ameombea wasee hiyo place watu waezi ingia hadi wazazi? Kwa nini huyo mkali meno zake zimetoka nje hadi anashindwa tu kureason, anasema watu hii warudishwe kwa shule, shule imechomeka? Every person that is saying a word to deny people from accessing that school ako kwa government. Kwa sababu this is the plan of government, we don't need evidence to see, we can clearly see it. The moment watoto wetu walichomeka, wakati tulipoteza Gen Z, the massacre of Githurai, watu wenye waliekwa Kware, nani aliona bendera imewekwa nusu? Nani alisikia public holiday tuomboleze? Hatukuwaomboleza. Na hata time tulikuwa tunaenda kuwaomboleza, tulikuwa tu tunakunywa tear gas na we were getting harassed. Now tell me why in the name of God watoto wamepotea hata hawajapatikana, lakini Ruto, the Lucifer, anasema bendera iwekwe nusu. Na ikaekwa. Sisi tukidhani watu wenye they are not spiritual awoken wanafikiria the government inaomboleza na sisi. And this is why watu wenye ni wazee na wamefungwa macho na kanisa wanajua tu Mungu anaweza wapigania, they should stay there, like watu hawajiwezi na they won't get justice, wanafikiria Ruto ako na wao. But literally alikuwa anaona madhabehu zake za shetani, like cause Kwa nini tuanuliwe stima? You know, kuna vitu Kenya hatuhitaji kuambiwa again and again. Stima zikaanuliwa. Ambulance JKIA. Watoto chomeka. Stima watoto ambulance. Aji na stima zimeanuliwa. Every time stima zikianuliwa lazima kitu happen. Another thing I want you guys to know, that we no longer have a country. We are living somewhere in the village of magic. It's like we are in the legend of the seeker, Naruto ndio Daken Rao. You don't need to be told. Like kwa nini venye tumeenda demonstration zote, the main target ya hawa askari ilikuwa male kids. If you're a male ndo tulizika wengi. Even if you look at the list ya watu wenye walikufa, wanaume ndio wengi. Na saizi hii shule ni mixed school, lakini watu wenye walichomekewa ni vijana na wao tu ndo walidisappear. It is a high time tuingie hiyo state house and we clear everything. Actually, everything in that state house should be turned into ash. Huyu mzee amefika place, ametudharau, ametukosea heshima. Kwa sababu, na kuna mtu anasema ati justice. It's not time tuseme ati justice. Kenya hatuna justice. Tungekuwa na justice, ama government, ama vitu zenye zina function, sahi hatungekuwa na maandamano ya ndani. JKA tungeulizwa kwanza kama tunamtaka ama hatumtaki. Lakini lazima wangefanya cause hatuna justice Kenya. Tungekuwa na sheria Kenya. IG hangeitwa mara 7 na disrespect koti. Kwa sababu they take orders from. Na I want us to remember kuna kitu Ruto alisema. Venye aliingia kwa kiti, alisema wakati aliingia kwa kiti alihakikisha kila askari akona freedom. They don't have to report. So saizi, guys, it's high time huyu mzee aende tu. Kwa sababu tukinyamazia hii story, it is either tumekubali watoto wetu wabadilishwe wakuwe kondoo za kukatakatangwa wakitolewa madhehebu za shetani, or else tukatae yeye ashuke. We got no choice. It's high time we call war. Kama we ni mzazi, unapeleka mtoto wako shule, anaenda kuna mtu, na actually venye tunaenda kesho, huyo mwenye hiyo shule inafaa kufungwa. Inafaa kufungwa. Like tell me why shule inachomeka na mniruhusu nione mtoto. Kama mzazi haoni mtoto. Tell me why shule imechomeka lakini kuna askari kwa gate analinda. Analinda nini? Analinda evidence. Watu wasingie huko waone hata labda hakukuchomeka sana, ni vitu wataki tuone. Like we are no longer free. Tukidhani ati ni mambo za sijui nini, tutatoka sasa kwa kusacrificewa watoto, mtakuwa mnasikia mtu tu disappear and they will call it the rapture or something, na hivyo ndo human trafficking zitaanza. Watu watakuwa wanauliwa Kenya as if we are dogs. Actually worse than dogs. It's high time. The issue that is on the table right now is beyond finance bill. It's high time tushikane. Hiyo shule kwanza inafaa ifungwe. Na mwenyewe anafaa kuwa pahali apumui kabisa. He should not breathe. Kwa sababu as the owner of the school anajua everything. Na lazima alitengewa kitu mzito ndo akubali watoto watolewe kwa shule. Lazima alitengewa kitu yake. It's high time we fight. Kama uko na mtoto ama hauna, it's high time we fight. Maybe leo ni watu wa Nyeri, kesho ni watu wa Tao. Juzi ilikuwa Githurai. Siku ingine sijui kulikuwa wapi. Haujui next ni wapi. If we don't stop Ruto, he is not going to stop. He will kill us. Na tutakuwa tunamuona tunainama. So it's high time tusimame and we say we have nothing to lose. It's high time we make peace with death because we've got no choice. It's either aende ama tuende na yeye. There is no choice. Ama kama wazazi mtakubali watoto wenu wakuwe kondoo za kutolewa madhabahu za shetani, okay, sisi wenye hatuna watoto tuta just stay aside to watch. But kama wazazi mko na hiyo uchungu ya watoto wenu, then sisi wenye hatuna hata hatutazaa. Tutangoja kwanza we defend your kids and then we decide if you're going to bring our kids on this earth. Because it's not safe. It's not even safe for marriage. You're getting married, uzalie mtu kondoo akatoe ndo abaki kwa kiti. It's not safe. As I wind up, hebu tujiulize, kwa nini Jezebel hajaitana mkutano? Reason I call her Jezebel is because her husband is Ahab. Kwa nini hajaitana mkutano za maombi? Kwa nini saizi Kenya inahitaji maombi, hatujasikia seminar na get together State House? Kwa nini hatujasikia akiita ule mzee, sijui alikuwa anaitwa Billy ama whatever, huyu wa US, sijui ni wa wapi. Kwa nini hajaitana maombi? Hypocrites. Wanakuja wanadanganya nyinyi wazazi, mnaombewa, where else? Mnatengewa mauongo za kufunikwa macho na imani yenye hata haieleweki mkichinjiwa watoto. It's high time we open our two eyes, if it's very hard to open your third eye. Asanteni.
Asante sana Lynn. Kuna tu kitu moja umesema hapo yenye nilitaka correct when you said huyo mkale amefungua sijui meno. I believe you are referring to Belio Kipsang, but I didn't want you to use the term mkale. Sema to that PS. That is
Huyo
because I
mzee,
think
I
that
don't
was
know his
stereotype.
name. I don't know his name.
Naitwa Belio Kipsang. The PS education. I'll go to you Jeffy, then after Jeffy nitaangalia statistics hapa, nimeona DCI wamepost and it's very funny. Jeffy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, KOT, and all of your co-hosts and everyone who is involved, participating, whether on the speakers panel or listening to get to know what's going on. Someone has asked a really good question here. Wakenya shida yenu ni nini? Wakenya shida yetu ni nini? How is it that tragedies, one after the other, following, have no explanation from the government? They keep happening and we keep still and we forget. No one is talking about Shakahola right now. It's buried, forgotten, it's a past. Only for some stupid fuck of some legal procedure that is being followed. What happened in Githurai? Forgotten. People are moving on. What happened at Quarry? Forgotten. People are moving on. What happened in Parliament? Forgotten. People are moving on. In the stupid fucking Mandamanos Azimio, what happened? 50 killed. Forgotten. People are moving on. 70 kids cannot be accounted for. Sooner or later, Kenyans will forget and they move on. And my question is, how much enough is enough? Do you think we have a nation? Do we? Look at the strategy of the government, the target. When you talk about little kids, we are talking about the future of this country. When you're talking about the 50 killed Gen Zs, we are talking about the future of our nation. When we talk about Ruto's, opinion and this suggestion to export young talent, expertise, and skill to other nations, what does it speak about the future of our nation? We have no future as a nation. And where I sit and stand, I think a man dies once. It's only a matter of when. So I am at that place of if I have to die for the sake of this country today. It doesn't matter. But I know it will be forgotten as well. But listen to me. Those of you who think we have a nation, we don't have one. And I want you to reimagine this. There are so few people who have this country in their hands. They do whatever they want to do with our lives. And in the future, we will have illiterate people, poor people, over-controlled people. The government and the political class can do whatever shit they want to do, and nobody is going to give a shit about it because no one is going to talk about it. Now, this brings me to that place of what is the consciousness? Because they talked about the Gen Z ndo walikuwa wabaya wakawashoot huko. And soon after this, listen to me, Kenyans, we will forget about the JKIA. has been leased off to a foreign company. Until 2048, your kids are going to pay for that in debt. We have seen that with SGR. We are going to see this in JKIA. What kind of government policy gives them the authority to make decisions on behalf of Kenyans beyond their regime? They only have at most 10 years to live. What happens until 2048? We'll be paying, and someone will be hovering around controlling us. Now, when it comes to the young kids that have been lost, there are so many fucking coincidences that cannot coincide, can never agree, can never make sense to any Kenyan that has lived here long enough. What I mean is this: all of us are waiting for the government pathologist to table his report, and we are going to believe that. What happened in Query, at Query? Anyone believed their story? What makes you feel like we're going to believe their story about the young people, the young generation, the future of this country being robbed us out of our hands? And some of you may think, it happened to Nyeri. Listen, you will not know until it happens at your doorstep, and no one will tell your story because they will come for you and you will be forgotten as well. So my question is, why do we think we have a nation at all? We don't have a nation. But I'm saying, and simply putting it, we cannot leave the nation to a small fraction of individuals that are selfish, self-centered, egocentric individuals. So as we speak, come on, guys, we are not about talking about peace. There's no peace when people are dying. There's no peace when this life is lost and it cannot be accounted for. There's no peace when young guys and kids are dying. There is no peace. We are not talking about peace here. We're talking about the future of our nation. So how long? What do you want to see for your eyes to fucking open up? Those are my submissions.
Asante sana. Asante sana, Jeffy. Thank you for your submission. Ladies and gentlemen, before I go to my next speaker, which will be Philip, then Wakili, I'll come to you. Before I go to my next speaker, this is the DCI's update on investigations into the fire incident at Hillside Endarasha Academy in Nyeri County. This was 46 minutes ago. They posted this on 2203 hours. Wacha ni rush to the place that I want you to hear. And it says, that is in paragraph 3, according to our preliminary investigations, there were 330 students enrolled as boarders in the institution, comprising 166 females and 164 males. Since the school had only opened for the third term on September 3rd, 2024, 8 boys had not reported back. Please, guys, note that 8 boys had not reported back, leaving 156 boys in the dormitory, in the boys' dormitory on that tragic night. Note that too, leaving 156 boys in the boys' dormitory on that tragic night. 156 boys. It has been verified that all 166 girls are safe with their parents. Similarly, 140 boys' safety with their parents has been verified. 2 of the 5 boys who were admitted succumbed to their injuries. 19 bodies have been recovered from the raised dormitory, bringing the total number of deaths to 21. I was not so good in maths nikiwa shule, but that tells me that kumekuwa na extra 5 boys wenye waliungua, because it means only boys were burnt, and it tells me there were 5 more boys wenye waliungua, more than who were in the dormitory. Because they have said, let me read this again. Since the school had opened for the 3rd term on September 3rd, 2024, 8 boys had not reported back. 8 boys. Now wamesema the dormitory comprised 166 females and 164 males. 164 males. So if 164 males, if out of 164 males, 8 had not reported back, that leaves us with 156 boys in the dormitory. Since all girls are safe with their parents, inamaanisha ni boys pekee waliungua. If we have a total of 21 deaths, na 156 na 8 boys hawakuwa wamereport back, na 156 boys ndio walikuwa kwa dormitory, it only tells that kulikuwa na 5 extra boys wenye waliungua, wenye maybe si wanafunzi wa hiyo shule, because who are they? Is that math adding up? Let me share that thing here. Maybe mimi ndio sijui hesabu. I've told you guys I was not so good in maths. Taniike hapo kwa Jumbotron hapo, you can check. Wale wenye walikuwa wazuri hesabu, please help us. Help us. We need to know. I need to know that my math is not mathing ama ni nini. Because who are the extra 5 boys? Who are they? Sijui ni extra 5 ama ni sijui hata. Philip.
Okay, thank you. First of all, Ruto must go. Hiyo ni sheria. Second of all, manze, mi nimejam because sio like wanatubeba tu fala. For example, like ati watu yo wanapotea, like wanapotea aje, like ona, imagine unalea mtoi kutoka kiwa infant, unang'ang'ana nenda shule, alafu unakuja tikwambia alipotea aje. First of all, hadi mile kitu mi naweza penda sana. Unaona mwenye hiyo shule na familia yake wekwe room moja, matron wekwe room moja, huyo gateman wekwe room moja, watu wa nyumba 10 wekwe room moja, alafu wamwagiwe petroli, watasema. Hiyo ni kushua, watasema. Juu yani unajua it's pain ya manzi. Ukiona mtoi bede, wale watu wako parents ya they understand manzi, they understand. Like kama mtoi akiwa mgonjwa unanga amani. Imagine unaambia mtoi wako amepotea. How? Alafu ati we have a government. Kitu mimi najuanga na hii governor, nimekuja kustudy. Kitu yote wako ndani, they will never investigate. They will just create stories. Ndio maana unaona hadi hiyo math I add up because it's a lie. Every lie has a loophole. Mi walai nimejam mbaya sana, like nimejam. I wish the president na ma corrupt leaders wote, they are sold to see their bodies in desperation. Mi anyewe imefika ta place like Ruto ana mada watu sana. Mi sasa story ya Kware, sasa story ya Githurai, sasa story ya parliament. Kioko parliament niliona watu wakiuliwa na macho yangu, hiyo siwezi sahau forever and ever. Mi hadi naambia God, fanya vile ulifanyia Farao manze. Watu vile wanatua, God waue wote. Senge kwa di politician ameassassinatiwa, na walai sikudanganyi, msele wa assassinate sasa angekuwa amepatikana. Lakini jo watoto wamepotea, alafu wanaona ati their family maybe they don't have that so much voice ya kurizala, wanawabeba ufala. Unasikia watoto wengine wanapatikana Uganda, ati sawa wanaendelea kutolewa makafara. Mimi sikudanganyi walai. Mimi najua kitu moja, God walai, leta watu safe. Chukua politicians, fanya exchange, acha wastuke. If God can move mountains, kwani hizi move children? Manze, thanks, happy bondo. Nimejaa mjua hadi siwezi ongea mingi.
Asante sana. Binti, are you back?
Yes.
Binti.
Sorry, Kowino, I'm back. I'm just
Okay.
doing this math right now. It's not mathing, and I think maybe I don't know maths myself either, but I cannot believe this. But yes, I am back.
Okay, thank you. Naona hapo ndio hesabu umetufikisha. Wakili ameenda wapi tena? But anyway, before wakili rudi, I'll give the microphone to Declan, then I'll come to you, Wesonga.
Asante sana host. Nasikika?
Kabisa.
Yes, loud and clear.
Asante. Thank you very much for putting this space together. Najua tunakwanga hapa kila siku, but thank you for making sure that we recognize the topic that we're discussing today. It is very sensitive. It is very difficult to talk about. When I try to talk to my ma about this issue, she doesn't want to talk about it because it is too painful. She's a very humble woman. Ananga maneno mingi. Vile wa mama kila mtu hapa ananga maneno mingi. It is too painful for her to talk about. But talking about it is something we must do and something we must continue to do. The way that we handle this issue cannot be handled the way we've been handling every other issue in the past. This is a non-negotiable issue. We must realize what we want. Where are our children? Watoto wako wapi? I think we need a hashtag or something. In fact, nilikuwa nataka kusema tukuwe na hashtag watoto wako wapi. Na pia tukuwe na hashtag in English, where are our children? You know, somebody mentioned the other day, mid-space, when people are talking about Adani, ati, hiyo story ya watoto wa kupotea sio poa jo. Na hawa watoto wangekuwa watoto wazungu, it would have been a different story. That is very true. Here in England, the other day was about a month ago, we had nationwide protests. 3 girls were shot, Caucasian ni mzungu. 3 white girls were shot, sijui 3, 5, and 7 or something like that. Very young kids. And they were murdered by somebody who I think was 17 or something like that. The country was thrown into chaos. And the country was thrown into chaos because people were so mad, they didn't even want to find out the facts of the case. They just knew these kids had died and somebody had killed them and somebody needs to pay. It was a problem. A black child's life has very little value in the international community. Very little. Listen to me carefully. Every day, hapa Ulaya, munaonyeshwa ads. Tuma 2 pounds Afrika, saidia mtoto apate chakula. Tuma hapa pesa, saidia mtoto apate maji. Kids are being shown on TV every day as suffering. So that is what the world knows. A black child suffers. That is what the world knows. Kama ujui, wacha nikwambie leo. Every day we are shown on the TV. Tangu nizaliwe kwa hii nchi, I've been seeing those ads since I was born. Kids that look like me on the television. Ati tuma pesa, mtoto ako njaa. Tuma 1 pound. Tuma 2 pounds. Ingekuwa mtoto mzungu angekuwa anaambiwa atume 70 pounds ama 100 pounds. Lakini juu ni mtoto Mwafrika, when they make those advertisements, they say, hey, we can't ask people for too much money. Because people won't feel the pain or the value of giving out that money. Lakini ingekuwa a Caucasian child, ungeona vile pesa ingetuma very fast. Lynn amesema kitu ya maana hapa sana. We have gotten to the point where we need to make our peace with death. Na mtu mwingine amesema, kama siku a man only dies once. Nimekuwa nikisikia very keenly vile watu wanasema. This is a very difficult thing to talk about, but we must talk about it until those kids are found. This international community, they love smuggling children. I don't know what's wrong with them. Wamekuja na vitu zingine funny sana hazikuwa kwa community yetu. They've brought those things into our land. They've injected them into some of our people, and now there is a rot. It is rotten. I'm disgusted. Hii kitu haiwezi endelea hivi. Na hata mi najua nasikianga watu wakisema ati yo, we need solutions. Hapa we need to come to this space to talk about actionable points. Na nitaanza kwanza hapa na mimi na actionable points za kwanza. Kesho ukienda kuoccupy Endarasha, it cannot be occupied as usual. Haiwezi kuwa tu, oh, Ruto must go, our children must be found. Hatutaki hizo runs. We are the new CID. Go and investigate. Usiende Endarasha kupiga tu kelele. Find those teachers. Find that watchman. Unajua kitu mzuri kwa village ni mtu atakwambia tu. Everybody knows where everybody works. Everybody knows where everybody goes. Everybody knows everybody's girlfriend. If you want to find out that information, you can find it out. You can find out who the watchman was that night. You can find out who the teacher on duty was. You can find out who the principal is. You can find out who owns that school. Lock them in a box and make them squeal. They must tell us where those children are. Liwe liwalo, we must know. Lazima tujue. Hii mambo ati we found 21 bodies. Hiyo ni jaba. That is a lie. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo, and I don't need to come to this space to tell people that yo, that is a lie. That is something you already know. Kesho kama unaenda Endarasha, make sure you live there with a result. Live with information on what is happening there. Watoto lazima wapatikane. We need to change the narrative of maisha ya mtoto Mwafrika is only worth £1 or €1 or $1. It can no longer be like that. Watoto have been mining in Congo for years to put a battery in your iPhone. You don't know? Habari ndo hiyo. Hiyo Samsung unatumia. Anything with a battery. Nickel comes from Congo, and that is where they get it cheaply so they can sell you a phone. But the world has been made in a way wewe bila simu, bila computer, bila nini, you cannot be. It's so sickening. It goes so far. Anyway, funga seatbelt man. Wacha nisiongee hapa sana. Funga seatbelt. Juu sasa kama huko umefunga seatbelt before, safari ndefu. Funga seatbelt. Na make sure umefunga vizuri. Because people have been asking, when the movement started going, people were asking ati tunakutana nini next time for maandamano? What are we going to do? What's the next course of action? Nikawambia, trust your government. I think I've said that here before. Trust your government to do something stupid that will make you leave your house and make sure you're on the street, or you're injecting, or you're doing something to make sure they're held accountable. Bana, by the way, maisha ya mtoto Mwafrika haiwezi kuwa £1 anymore. Nitarudia hiyo point. Maisha ya mtoto Mwafrika is not worth £1 or $1. It is worth much more than that, and we will change that narrative. Nimemaliza.
Asante sana Declan, asante sana. Thank you very much. Thank you. Makofi sana, makofi. Ladies and gentlemen, 7 minutes past 23, 00 hours. Tunaendelea. We will be here. Tutakuwa hapa kwa muda mrefu na tutawasikiza. Tafadhali bonyeza hiyo kidude, itisha kipasa sauti, njoo hapa uzungumze nasi. Tunataka kujua watoto wetu wako wapi. Maana hiyo statistics imetoka, mimi hiyo hesabu kwangu haileti. Tafadhali mathematicians in the house, help us add that thing up. Nataka kujua mimi niende mwalimu wangu wa hesabu, mwalimu wa maths anirudishie fees ama ni nini? Because I have to know if my maths, mimi ndio sijui hesabu ama ni nini, but that math is not nothing. Tukiendelea, again, this just struck my mind. na nikafikiria after watu wamesikia story na Occupy Endarasha kesho asubuhi, they have finally released statistics. Is it a coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences personally, but history ya Endarasha haikuwa imekuwa highlighted sana. But since there were women who had enough courage leo wakafungwa space mchana na wakasema kesho wanaenda kuoccupy, and it has been echoed like almost everywhere. We are being finally told kuna statistics imetoka, and girl child wote wako reunited na their parents, boys wenye walikufa ni wengi kushinda wenye walikuwa kwa dormitory and all that. Is it a coincidence? Mbona hiyo statistic imetoka saa hii usiku? Binti, back to you.
Well, okay, thank you very much, Kawino. I don't even want to speak right now. I'll just pass straight up to Wesonga. Wesonga, hi.
Hi everyone, how are you?
We're not doing great. Please endelea.
It's I was saying it's a very very sad past 1 week in Kenya, and I really feel bad as being part of the people who are witnessing this thing that is happening. Mimi ni Mkenya, but na feel ni kama ile uhuru wangu wa kuwa Mkenya unakandamizwa na serikali. Mimi ni Mkenya, lakini ninafili ni kama bado tuko katika zile enzi za wakoloni. Tunafeel ni kama bado we are still being colonized by our own people, our own blood. The only very people who swore we are going to protect you people. They're the same very people who are gunning us down. First and foremost, wale watoto, the first report yenye ilitoka about Endarasha ilikuwa wale watoto walitoka wakaenda, kuna wale watoto tu walitorokea msituni. Sasa tu wakaanza kusema watoto kama kuna any villager mwenye amepata mtoto mwenye ako kwa forest ama alimwokota kamweka mahali atuambie. Let's talk about facts. Huyu mtoto mwenye ako boarding school amememorize namba ya mzazi. Personally, saizi tuko na watoto around class 6, class 7, class 8, wanasema grade 7 and 8. Au watoto grade 6, 7 and 8. Out of they have memorized their parents' phone numbers. Kwani hawawezi hata tafuta mahali ama kule wametorokea kutoka hiyo time hadi hiyo time yenye wamepatikana ama yenye wamepatana na mtu wa kwanza, mtoto aombe simu apige nyumbani ama aseme atipiga kwa shule yetu ama nirudishe kwa shule yetu nilipotea juu ya moto? Kitu ya kwanza, that was the first time this thing happened. And then unakuja kusema ati hawa watoto walikimbia msituni na bado wanaendelea kutafutwa. Walitafutwa, wanatafutwa, walipotelea wapi? Walitafutwa, wanapotelea wakienda wapi? The next thing was about the calculations za hawa watoto. The following day, a lot of politicians walikuja wakastorm that school. Since when umeona a fire tragedy yenye imeattract a lot of politicians wakakuja kuingilia, meaning they knew exactly what happened. Ukifuatilia news vizuri during the first days, there were some parents who are telling us that a kid aliwaambia hiyo moto ilianza saa 3 usiku, alipiga simu. According to the government sources or according to the people who are reporting on TV, the following day now after the fire tragedy, alikuwa anasema moto ilianza saa 5. Sasa between huyo mtu mwenye ana report mwenye anasema ati hiyo moto ilianza saa 5 na huyo mtoto mwenye alipiganga simu nyumbani, nani muongo? So we are here facing the tragedy that we cannot even ourselves handle it. But in one way or the other, we must stand up and speak. This is the same government yenye imepoteza watu watatu, wamekuwa wakitafutwa all along, na hadi yule Masengeli anakataa kwenda kwa koti just because they are rude, ama ameambiwa enda huko ukipate, enda huko job yako iishe, enda huko na uone kule utaenda next. We are not here for fun. This time round, the government must know that we are not here to smile with them. They have done enough blowjob on us. Now it's time for us to ejaculate in their mouths. Hakuna time yenye tutakuja hapa tena the next time tena kuanza kupingana juu hizi vitu, because as parents watu wanalia. Mimi, there is a time I was talking to my mother on phone the other time. Aliniuliza, what do you think about this school tragedy? Nikamwambia, mom, I'm very very saddened. Nikamuuliza, nyumbani watu wanasemaje? Watu wanasema ati serikali inatubeba ufala. Hao watoto wameenda wapi? And the government has to account for everything. Now that walijua ni watoto wenye wamekufa ama ni watoto wenye wameuawa, since when ukasikia bendera imeshushwa nusu mlingoti? Since when tukapewa holiday? These people are carrying us full sawa, watu wanatubeba ufala, and they think that we don't know whatever it's transpiring in this country. We know, but we just don't have the voices, because anytime you raise your voice unamutiwa. Anytime you raise your voice, you get muted. Anytime you feel like you want to speak, you get muted. It's high time now. Tukienda Endarasha kesho, kila mtu tutafute, hata kama ni nani, hata kama ni mwalimu mmoja, they know what happened. Si ati ni kila mtu mwenye hajui hii story, na si ati ni kila mtu mwenye ako involved, but those who are involved wanajulikana. Hata wale wezi wenye wanakuanga kwa community, kuna wale watu wenye wanajuanga huyu mtoto wana nini mwizi. So kuna wale walimu wenye wanajua what happened. Boarding master wa hiyo shule alikuwa wapi kianza kuungua. Every school must have a boarding master or boarding mistress. Walikuwa wapi wote? Did they even try to dial 911? They show us, ndio hii namba, moto ilianza saa 5 ama saa 4 yenye wanasema tulijaribu kupiga 911 haikwenda through, or they never responded. Ama hiyo 911 inakuanga tu ufala ama kutupima bangi. So either si ati either, both wale walimu wa Endarasha, ule CEO wa hiyo shule na the government, those three people are playing us a very very dirty game, and they are playing with the lives of those kids. Manze, kama ingekuwa watu wazima ingeeleweka. Hawa watu wazima wamekuwa streets na wakapigana wakatusi Ruto. Hawa watoto wamefanya nini sasa? Hawa watoto wamekosea nani? They are very fucking innocent, very innocent. Sisi tumekuwa streets, tumetusi huyu jamaa, tumetweet, tumefanya nini, tumekuwa on X, tumepiga mdomo, tumefanya nini, haoko mimba imetoka hadi, lakini bado sisi tuko, bado tutabonga. Hata watu zime ni aje, bado tutabonga. Hata watuletee guns ni aje, bado tutabonga. Lakini for the time being, hii time yenye imebaki yote ni sisi tukae chini na tu realize ni wapi kule tunaendelea, na tunakataa, hatuwezi endelea hivi. And not until the government will sit down and we have a face to face and a one to one talk, tutakuwa sawa. The guy atakuwa very very audacious, atatuma tena wale mapolisi wakuje wa disrupt watu kawaida, aseme the people, the goons now are coming in now to talk about blah blah blah, wa create their own story. Now takuja tutasahau wale watu wa Kware. Mtu anezaje hepa korokoroni kwa jela? Mtu anezaje hepa na wanasema ati yendo mwenye aliua wale watu wote? Kwani si ni mafala ni aje? Kwani Kenya tuko weak ni aje? Mi nakaa chini nasikia like nakatsika sana na hii gava, because mse anezaje hepa wamesema like ndo mwenye ameua wale watu wote na wamewatuma. Mbona wamekuja hadi saizi wana relocate wale watu wenye wanaishi pale kando ya hiyo Kware? Wanawaambia ati you have to shift within 2 months. Hiyo notice imetoka. Kama hujaona, ulizia mtu yote mwenye anakaa karibu na pale. Mbona walisimamisha zile nini za kwenda ku-exhume zile bodies zingine zenye zilibaki pale? There is something that we don't know that is happening. It's either we know and we are assuming, or the people who know are assuming, or the people who know they don't want to talk because they know they are going to be silenced, or we don't know, we are in the darkness, or either we all know what is happening and we don't have just the voice to say. Thank you.
Ay. Piuroso, jambo. Piuroso,
Let me try Piroso. I don't think they're here. Piroso, can you hear either of us?
okay. Piuroso ni kama amelala binti.
Yes.
Aleandro,
Anawasikia ako on.
unamsikia Keoti?
Oh, his
Yes,
mic is on.
yes.
Ana struggle ku open mic ndio huyo.
Okay, Piuroso, go ahead.
Yes, how are you? Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Go
Yes.
ahead. Just go
Proceed.
ahead. Go ahead. We are very offended. We cannot even respond. Tunakusikia tu.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for what is happening in this country. Really, it's so sad. We have been complaining. We have been saying that the kind of leaders that we have in this country are just not humans. We have been talking of somebody giving him names like Sakayo and such like names, but people have never asked themselves why we give such names. I think if I was maybe just studying somewhere outside and then looking at Kenya from outside and looking at it very carefully, I think I will get irritated so much, because really when children are just are burnt inside a building, and we are told that others have disappeared, you just ask yourself, what is wrong? How can you tell us that a human being can just disappear, and you can't even find this human being? You can't even know, you can't even tell us where these people are. People are used to, deaths to an extent that you hear of 70 children, and you just imagine that those are just numbers. Those are not numbers, those are human beings. And for that matter, those are children. What has happened in this world? That it has reached a point that life is not sacred anymore. We don't find it sad that even one person has died or has been killed. I think there is something really very serious in this country. So many young people were shot at. There were orders to shoot to kill. And so many young people were killed for just coming out of their houses to demonstrate against bad governance. And then they are killed, shot at and killed. People were not even worried. People were not annoyed. You see, such a kind of deaths. We never even complained. Many others got lost. We don't even know where they are. They were abducted and they cannot be found. And it's like we just see it as normal. What is happening? This country, if you need any other signs to know that this country is being led by a demon, then I wonder which other sign you want to see. Because we cannot be talking about deaths every day. Now, there are accidents which are, we don't even understand. Every day, accidents are being reported. So many people die on the roads. There was a time that a president would wake up and one day and, call it a national disaster when so many people die on the roads, and even, calls it an emergency, a national emergency. But this man who is in power today, he doesn't care. So many Kenyans are dying and he doesn't even say anything. Somebody just comes, he has not been in the country, he jets into the country. So many young children have died mysteriously over mysterious fires. He can't even visit the place. I have not had him go to visit that place where children were allegedly burnt alive and others disappeared. He has not even stood to issue a statement. He's not feeling it. What kind of a person is this? And even those people who voted for this demon, I think you should be fasting, because you really put a demon in power. Some of us, we never voted for this person because, we had predicted that this is going to be a demon, and it is. We should be fasting and praying, because this person is not a human being. What is happening? So many people are dying in this country ever since this person came to power. There are so many bad things that are happening. We just have assumed and ignored when so many Kenyans were found, buried in a place they call Shakahola. We didn't even ask ourselves so many questions. Why? Why did it happen? Yet there was a government. Why? Why are so many people disappearing in this country? Why there are so many deaths, unexplained deaths in this country ever since this government came into power? What's happening in this country? Why is this person not really minding about the welfare of Kenyans? What we hear every day is just bad stories every day. Somebody wants to sell an asset, a Kenyan asset that has been there. He found it there. The pride of Kenya. He doesn't care. He just sells it. What is wrong with this man? Does he have the heart of a human being? I don't think so. He's not moved by the things which are happening in this country. Are we going to just sit there and just watch that our children are going just to disappear, and we are told, oh, it's just life, life should continue? Kwani hao watoto wenye walikufa ni watoto wa nani? We know what is happening around the world. These globalists who are controlling the world, they are thirsty for children. Human trafficking is happening around the world, where young children are abducted and get lost. We hear of human sacrifices and so many such things. Why do we allow this country to be used for such bad things? I mean, Kenyans need to wake up because things are not right. And I think it's high time that we need to speak loudly and loudly and loudly. Things have never been going on right from the time somebody stood somewhere and announced that, you know, even after listening to people presentations and many other things and against what was going on, and somebody just stood up and say, "Oh, that was hot air," irrespective of all the evidences that were presented. Somebody just stands there and tells us that was all hot air. That is where things started going wrong. I think as a country, we need to wake up and say enough is enough, because we can't allow demons to run this country. Because it's like, you know, we are being led by Satan herself. And it's time that if we ever had Christians or people who believe in God needs to stand up and pray, because it is really bad. Things are not right in this country. This country is being sold physically and even spiritually. We have been sold to the devil. We cannot allow that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pew Russell. Let me tell you guys, we do not have a country here. We literally do not have a country. There's so much hurt, and Sijui, what's wrong with these people? Maybe they think that we're so desensitized to death that they think that even kids we're going to let go. There was Kware, actually there was the protest. I mean, just through our history, there's been so many things, but of late, there was the protests, there was Kware, there was the fires that are happening. There's just so much, and if we let this go, guys, if we let this, like the kids situation currently going on, go, it's like we're telling the government that they can do whatever they want, and we'll just sit back and relax and just watch them go by. Alejandro, hi.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, evening, morning, everyone. Just to quickly say, to add what Plurosha said, he asked why did I read about Shakahola. He said, why did Shakahola happen? And there's a government. Well, it happened because there is that government that allowed it to happen. This is the thing. It's not like these people are enemies. They're friends. That Shakahola guy was protected. This is why this went on for so long. So let's put the fear aside. Let's speak what people are afraid of speaking of. I can see a lot of people on different spaces, so I don't want to repeat what I said earlier and what I said yesterday. But before I start, I'll say thank you, KOT, Binti, Kowino, everyone else, Wanyama, as they call you, everyone who's on these spaces, who's not sleeping, who wants to learn and teach at the same time. So I appreciate that. So if you're ready, I've got something that I really need to put out there, because the more we hide this, the more we don't talk about it, the worse it gets. Okay, I will specifically get into blood and health. I'll tell you why. The daughter of this chap that we keep speaking of, I hope you all realize that she is a blood ambassador of this country. Okay, now hold on to that. Go back a few years ago, before this gentleman was even the vice president. It wasn't a rumor, but he's sickly. It's well known that he's not doing well. Now, this is what he did. He made a pact with those people. There's this technology called a med bed. It's you can check it out. It's called a med bed. He needed a med bed. He was on his way out. Look for it. You will find it. He was on his way out, and he would always go out for blood transfusions. He became the vice president. Less movement. Okay, now he's become the president. He can only go out there for official visits. Everything is recorded. All his movements are documented. So he cannot do the transfusions that he used to have before. So here comes in the daughter, blood ambassador. The promise that he made to extend his life is what's happening right now. Just join the dots and you'll realize you promise bloodletting, sacrifice for extension of life. When the piper comes to pick up his dues, you have to pay. It's more spiritual than it is physical. He made a pact with the devil. He's turned out to be the devil himself. And what happened now is he roped in everyone that was trying to oppose him. Who would have thought that the people in opposition would join him? Who did? Who thought that? Okay, this is how they operate, and I'll let this out. And you guys do your research. You'll find things out as you go along. They're given the lower people, the lower politicians are given money to go and party, celebrate, give it to your constituents, and all that. And at the same time, they are given women to compromise them. Some of your favorite politicians are given small boys. And this is what happens. They get recorded doing this. Everything is on tape. This is how they get compromised. This is where you wonder why your politicians are passing laws that before they got into power, they would never in a million years pass them through. That's one other thing you need to look at. The other thing is this: the misses. I mean, fear has gone right now. Why was the missus sleeping around? Ask yourself those questions. She couldn't sleep around to sleep with him because of what he has. She got frustrated, but she had to remain as a good wife. I need to throw a super tangent right here, regarding the missus. Someone called her Jezebel. We'll go with that. That's a fitting name. She was advocating for adaptation of some trees or forest in Kakamega. Something happened in Kakamega in January. There was a standoff between her, with the protection of her husband, and the Israelis, because two local people found a lot of treasure. And they want this same people in power wanted to get rid of them. The Israeli company are the ones who are going to get that treasure out. Look for the old map that contains all the buried treasure in Kenya. I heard that in, is it Meru or Embu or one of them places, there's a sudden rise in cancer. Why? The water's been poisoned. Why? What's there? Things were buried there. These guys have gone all out. They want to destroy the population. They want to poison you. They want to kill you. It's all about how much blood they can let. Because they did a deal with the devil. The devil wants his blood and his promise, and they cannot stop. Let's move over to the children now. The children will keep disappearing. That's a sad fact. So sad. They will keep disappearing. Why? They're pure. The younger they are, the purer the blood, easy to scare, the more they get in terms of the product of the scared children, the blood. These people, this is what they do. They're given a taste of what it feels. I'll call it the young, the immortal blood. They get a taste of that. They get instantly addicted to it, and they want more. And the only way they can get more of it is if they do what the boss says. But they forget one thing. The boss is not the boss. The boss is the Gates people, Carl Schwab, the Kissingers, all them people. Meg Whitman has when this dude went to China, and he intentionally did not put the flag back the right way. There was more trouble coming our way, because what he was trying to do was, you see, he's a liar, and he's lying to the wrong people. He's lying to his master. The flag was upside down when he was sitting right next to the Chinese president. Check the symbolism, the meaning of when the flag is actually not the right way up. What he was trying to tell him was, yes, I'm doing a deal, but I'm asking for help. I don't know what to do. But the West, I'm never going to go east. He signed up with the West, and now he's going east. We have a big problem. And what everyone has been saying, this dude needs to go. It's not just him who needs to go. They all need to go. What it is, they've got an iron fist, and they're wrapping it with velvet, and they're pounding us. They're hitting us hard. They are giving you guys candy in one hand, and they're raping you from the other side. And they're the same people who are coming there to comfort you. The school burnt down. Suddenly, it's like it was in their WhatsApp group. They all turned up. For what? To donate corn and seeds and cereal? Why? It's a mockery of the lost lives. If you're not angry enough, just know that this is not a movie. It's not a movie. Get angry, because right now, when you lose everything, you have nothing more to lose. You lose it. We are at the last point of losing it. We have to lose it. We have to go mental. They hit us, we hit them back. The guys used to say, let's go and pay a visit to so-and-so. Let's go pay a visit to the MPs and stuff like that. Do so. Why did you stop? Yes, there was what they sprayed in the water, that yellow stuff, Agent Orange. And a lot of the water also had fluoride as a mist. Check what it does to your body and your aggression, takes it all down. They've ramped up the 5G so hard that when you look at your cell levels up there, it doesn't say 4G anymore. Sometimes we go back down to E, because the frequencies are colliding. Right now, headaches, nausea, sleepless nights, palpitations, moodiness. You can't concentrate. You can't remember. You've got goldfish memory, and you're wondering, what's all this stress about? Why are people getting all these anxiety attacks? Because they know this. They ramp it up. You cannot operate as a normal human being. You get fearful. Fear, like I said earlier, is a direct opposite of love. Where there's fear, there is no God. Where there's no God, it's full of what these guys are doing. It's the demonic, the devilish. They have all these rituals. Look at the rings nowadays. Look at what they have in their pockets. The little vials they have in their pockets. Some of them are saying, oh yeah, when they're having their shisha, because I know a lot of them, when they're having their shisha, put this liquid. What is it that they're putting in there? Why do they look like they've got dead eyes, soulless? You look at an individual and they look dead. They have no emotion. Their laughter is all fake. Why? Guys, forget dealing with human beings. These guys are just, they're beings trying to be human. They're not human beings anymore. They're soulless. They're empty. They've been taken over. I would just implore you guys, please, when you have your time, when there's zero distraction, check out what I'm saying. Check out what I'm saying. Why is this guy 1 week, he's lost weight, his neck looks like a straw. The following week, his back like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Why? The only thing that can do that is plasma. Why the renovation of what do you call it, that state house? Why? Why are they bringing some equipment that people don't understand? Why are they coming in bits? It's more than what we think it is. When the fire started, the first fire, I put it on my I don't know if you call this timeline. I said there'll be another one the same weekend. Way before that, I said there'll be an influx of kids disappearing. Why are boys more valuable than girls? Why? Because they believe this is a sick thing about it. And when they're having their little WhatsApp groups and their little tea parties and all that, what they think is this: when they abuse a boy, especially a boy, they believe that they've opened another channel to live life as they want it for as long as they want it. And they believe that they're protected. This is what they think. Majority of them were tricked into it. But some of them went in there thinking that they knew, they thought that they were doing the right thing for them. The last thing I'll say is, why did the Speaker of the House have to go to Rome to meet the Pope, Mr. Red Shoe Club? And this is it. Kenya has Red Shoe Club people. And the Red Shoe Club people, the shoes that they wear are made out of human skin that they choose. They have their own cobblers, they have their own shoemakers, and this is what they do. The little amulets that they put on is not from the shops that you and I go to. No. It's from a human being. So their loyalty is not to this God that we call God. No. Their loyalty is to what they call their God, pagan God. These guys are demons. They're demons incarnate. And soon and very soon, there will be a frazzle dip / Pizzagate controversy here in Kenya because we let the devil in herself. Meg Whitman came here to sign the contract that this Ruto guy cannot get out of. And he's crying like a little baby when he goes to China. Put the flag upside down, not correct it because he's trying to get into Russia. And Russia want nothing to do with it. So guys, if you don't pray, do pray. It's not a matter of how long you pray and how loud you are when you pray. No. Because as it is, a day is to 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is to a day. What you can do is a 10-second prayer is your talk between you and God. Your dreams is him telling you what he thinks. So don't put prayer aside. Don't be fearful, but get angry, get upset. get affected because they don't care about us. Do your reconnection with God. That's the only wireless system that works. We don't need a code for that. You don't need credit to talk to God. Talk to God. Pray. Ask for guidance. Whoever you think your God is, do that. Make genuine friendships. Look after each other. The ladies that are going to the schools tomorrow, pray for them, because I told you guys there are agent provocateurs here who get information from these spaces and they report to those people for 20,000 shillings. So to them, it's all about money. But no, but us, we're all about pray and ask for protection from God. I was going to say something. If you would like us to have a space about the origins of adrenochrome, what the sacrifice, what it's all about here in Africa, why Kenya is a new DRC and the new Haiti in terms of child sacrifice and adrenochrome, organ harvesting. I have a whole portfolio of that, and it's not from the internet. No, sadly, it's from first-hand accounts, which is not pleasant to say. So, yeah, I'm open. You can ask me any question directly or wherever. But thank you guys for having this space. Sorry for ranting, but thank you for listening.
Thank you. And we have to allow people to talk. So guys, please be having your speaker panel. We'll get to you. Just have some patience. When you may request microphone, we are gonna sacrifice this time for you guys. So don't worry. Don't worry. Tribeless, how are you, my brother?
Hi, Corina. How are you, mate?
I'm not okay, and I don't think I'll be okay anytime soon.
I'm happy you're not okay, because if you're waiting to be okay, then you should instead tighten your belts, because things are getting hotter. And anyway, I'll just speak on a few things, and then I will yield the mic. Number one, I think we have spoken, a lot has been said here, and I want to echo a few things. Number one, William Ruto, our president, is the worst president that Kenya has ever had. And we live in unprecedented times, because I think is the biggest scam to have scammed the people of Kenya, to have scammed the voters in 2022, that he would solve the problems. I think he found a very desperate lot who believed in him, who were coming from another erratic president, but he has made it. He has definitely promised heavens, but he has delivered nothing. He will deliver nothing. Not even hell. This is not even hell. I don't believe hell looks like this. If this is how hell looks like, then I don't know, because this is what he is doing. In every aspect of, if you look at a country, how a country is governed, how a country is supposed to run, there is absolutely nothing that the president is delivering on. What of most importance of what I captured a lot in this week, I was very, 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 very annoyed at a member of parliament saying in church that quarry bodies, the families who are looking for their victims, the bodies, have been threatened. They have been threatened, and they have been forced to relocate from Nairobi to the villages. Just look at that. They have been threatened by the same organization, the same institution that they pay tax to help them trace their bodies, to help them find a closure, has threatened them and has told them, listen, you have to stop speaking to the media. You have to keep quiet. That is the DCI telling people who are looking for their loved ones. It is very, very, very deep. It's the most form of inhumane treatment I've ever come across. Look at how look at how the police behave with court orders. An inspector general of police is being summoned by a high court. This is not even a magistrate court. This is not a resident magistrate. This is not a senior magistrate court. This is the High Court of Kenya summoning him 6 record times. The man walks around, goes to Masabit. The following day, even on that Sunday, he was in Nairobi at a concert or something. The following day, he flew all the way to Masabit. But why is he being summoned? He is being summoned because our family is looking for his people. Our family cannot trace the family of Jamal Linton and this other activist, his other accomplices can't be found. There's a family crying somewhere. Guys, we have brothers, we have sisters, we have parents. A family is crying somewhere, looking for his people. For a record, almost 2 months, 3 months. The court is just saying, look, these people, we believe this is the government. If these people were abducted by people who are not police, I can assure you they would have been found by now. We all know, we don't live in, we live in Kenya, we know these things. But this is exactly police work. And the DCI is just being called. They're being told, look, come, Mr. IG, come and explain where these people are. Just an explanation. The Inspector General of Police is nowhere to be seen. He is ignoring a record 6 times. That is the level of impunity that we are in. Do you think if Ruto was serious, he wouldn't have called the IG and told him, listen, go to court. Go to court and explain. Just explanation too. Leaving that aside, I don't want to come to the issue of Endarasha because I just think we joke too much. In Kenya, I think we joke too much because the records given by the police, this one, I know a family. See, ile ati nimeambiwa for the first time, I have a first-hand family who is still looking for their loved one. And what did the government spokesperson come and say? We have accounted for all the children. And the government spokesperson calls himself Doctor, Senator, Honorable Isaac Mwaura. For the first time, Senator, nani alimchagua? This is one person who has survived in politics. He has survived all his life. Hajai chaguliwa na mtu yote. He is Senator, Doctor, CBS. I mean, for a whole 4 titles, 4-star general, to come and to the media and lie in plain truth. I mean, he's lying to everybody. He's lying to the world. Well, we know these kids are still missing. These are some of the things why we went out on 25th June. Vitu kama easy. They were not, listen, it was not just the finance bill alone. These are some of the things. It was a whole lot of things boiling over and over again. How do you come and lie? And because why? Their children don't go to Endarasha. Their children don't go to primary schools. I went to a primary school with a shirt that was torn, a shirt that had no bottom. All was torn. I went to school with barefoot. That is the truth of the matter. But then their children don't go to those schools. They don't go to those primary schools. They don't go to those Endarasha Academy. No. They go to where they have all the meals. So that is why they don't care. They don't absolutely care about it. And I want to advise everyone listening to me, please, 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 for the sake of our country, we are the youths of today, for the sake of these parents, let us come out. Let us come out. Msiogope kushikwa. Mimi mwenyewe nimeshikwa na polisi. My fingerprints have been taken before. But I'm still here. I'm here. So it is not, listen, we have to ensure these people get complete justice. Look at how, I want to come to how they are handling the critical, because it's just being honest, man. These people, there is nothing Ruto is doing right. Absolutely nothing. Look at how their identity takeover is happening. They are threatening that man, Amenya. What did Amenya do? Amenya just said, look, I have come across these documents. They are suspicious. He wanted us to know. He offered to blow the whistle. Now they are threatening his life. For heaven's sake, the president is auctioning the airport, because if at all he had goodwill, fine, we want an international airport. I have been blessed to visit some of these international airports. I have been to Malaysia, thanks be to God, I thank God. I have been to Ahmad, I have been to Schiphol, Amsterdam, I have been to London Heathrow, I have been to Manchester Airport. For heaven's sake, I admire them. I want that to be at JKA in my motherland. But the president, if you are honest, if you are doing this in good faith, why do you go to an extent of having a proposal? Now, the Adani group is doing feasibility study, and you keep these documents quiet. Why are you hiding? I mean, come in if Kowino today wants to marry my sister, why are you hiding? If you're a good man, bam, toka nje, come and say this what it is. Anything that is being hidden, anything that is fishy, must be hidden from the people. That's the truth of the matter. Did you have to wait for the airport staff to go on strike for you to release some documents? Now, that group called Adani has done feasibility study. That feasibility study alone, for us to, because I am pretty sure he tunashinda he Adani he tunashinda. But do you know, we'll have to pay almost 250 million or something to them. Just because of that. Mr. President, for heaven's sake, we would have avoided that. Is the truth of, I know your operatives are here, watu wako wako hapa. Please, mpelekee rais, we would have avoided that. And now, Adani is coming with other laws. Sasa siji, Indians, unajua Indians are the biggest population almost in Kenya. They almost go up to 1 billion. They will employ and they will come and speak Kihindi hapo. They will turn Kenya into their own home. No, I don't want to. I have had enough of Indians. This is not hate speech, but what I'm saying is, this is just, let them just come and visit and do their business. That is right. Lakini kuchukua JKI, no. That one, me, I reject. Look at even Kenya. What is going on, right? Look at education. Tell me, look at education. Ni nini naendelea Kenya sambamba? Ni nini? Look at education. Look at even higher education. For heaven's sake, you have a budget of 163 billion. And then you allocate 21 billion to help to do with 200,000 university students. Those band 4 and band 5 were just ways William Ruto wanted. Because if you look, we know that majority of Kenyan university students are very poor. We expect them to be in band 1 and band 2 then, if that was the issue of banding was good. If it was being done in good faith, we expected them to be in band 1 and band 2. But what did he do? He pushed majority in band 4 and band 5 so that they can suffer, so that the resources are not used. This is the truth of the matter. This is the truth. Look at even capitation. They are cutting capitation. Unakata capitation so that you increase budget ya Ruto ya kutravel. For heaven's sake. Nyinyi watu majamaa. Let us be realistic people. This is our country, bana. Look at how Ruto how many trips he has made outside Kenya. Almost twice or 3 times what Uhuru did in 5 years. Majamaa, ni nini analeta Adani? Anaenda nje kukuleta Adani. It's just this ridiculous. This man is rudderless. He is the worst. In fact, this is the time. This is the time. If you ever read Kifo Kisimani, if you ever read An Enemy of the, if you are a fan of novels, if you ever read An Enemy of the People, William Ruto is exactly Peter Stockman. He is exactly Peter Stockman. He does not want things to be done in the right way, and he is always out to suppress you. Anaona Kowina anataka kuongea ukweli. I mean, ule DCI puppet yake unatutumiwa huyo. Look at abductions. He said that Uhuru was abducting people and killing people in Siaya River, in River Yala, right? But into his government, bodies are lying in Kware. So what is the difference between him and Uhuru? There's no no difference. People, do you know, as we speak now, there are people who are abducted during Mandamano, your finance bill. Now, what do we haven't accounted for them? We haven't. Lest we forget, we haven't. But him now, alienda akata utafuta ule mzee wake wa Bondo, sasa wanakula vizuri, wamesahau. Look at even health. What is going on in health? Any good thing? Tell me. These are highlighting these things because mimi na wewe tumesoma, we know these are some of the things. If you want to succeed in a country, boresha agriculture, boresha manufacturing, boresha education, do health. These are some of the basic things that if you don't find them right, you're gonna mess a country. Look at agriculture. Leo nilimwona akibeba indi moja green maize, anasema ati hii ni mbolea niliwapatia ati na ati hii ni mahindi mbolea niliwapatia, hata sasa mkapanda indi moja amebeba hapo, ati mnaona venye mlipanda hii, alafu people are cheering him for hell. Fuck off. I felt like, my goodness me, I was losing. Some people are still cheering Ruto in this time. You still cheering Ruto. I mean, I'm
Can you
finished.
hear me?
I can hear you.
I really want us to just stick to finding where our kids are, if that's okay.
That's
I'll
fine.
start with that another day. Today we have another pressing issue.
That's fine. So that's just how bad the country is. And this issue of the kids, I can assure you, the government is out to cover it up. And the best way to handle it, in my own thinking, is let's come out tomorrow. And as you go there, nowadays, internet has really helped us. Let us find these families. Let us speak to them. Let us interview them. Let us collect as much evidence as possible, because we know very well the government will come there and say their own issues. So as we go there tomorrow, wewe na simu yako, let us speak to these people. Let us have evidence. At least we can count, because I know watakuja pale waseme wewe mlikuwa mnasema hii na hii na hii na hii uongo. So that ikifika jioni wakisema hii, tunasema huyu mama. Me, I know one family that is still looking for their baby. I know one. But let us have many, so that wakitoa hii, tunarusha hii. Wakirusha hii, tunarusha hii. Alafu tunawaambia, this mother, this family, hawajapata watu wao. Where are their kids? I think I want to yield the mic for everyone else, but I'm sorry if I went overboard. It's just that everything is not happening right in Kenya, and it is freakingly annoying. It's absolutely disgusting, and I don't think any change. If we don't come out and fight for our country, this is not going to change. And mimi sioni Ruto akifika 2027. Mimi, I don't know, but my prediction is never wrong. Sioni kabisa. But let's wait and see. But Sioni, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tribeless. Thank you very much for the sentiment.
Coyote,
Nani?
excuse me, guys.
Yes, Steve. Can I help you? Okay, Steve, I'll come to you afterwards. But guys, the time is 7 minutes past top of the hour.
Guys, can you hear me? Seemingly siwasikizi Binti and Coyote. Don't know if you can hear me. Nilikuwa namsikiza Tribeless.
Yes, we can hear you, but don't.
Coming back, I think you had a problem with the connection.
Kawino, after the next speaker that you'd already queued up, I'd like to actually prioritize ladies that come onto the mic. So I'll give it to, I don't know what you think about that, but Ras G, I'll go to you next. But after that, if I see a lady on the speaker, I will put them up onto the queue and just give them.
Thank you, Binti. Thank you for that. Mm, thank you to our boy KOT Wanyama and others. Sijui kama mnanisikia, just confirm so that nijue background yenye niko kama kuna
Yes,
sauti.
nakusikia, endelea.
Nasikia. Okay. Now, I want to take the shortest time possible. Kwa sababu, like I said last week, and I think this week, I wanted to do more of listening and more of action. And more of action, I think, we tried today when you will talk here, though it's not part of the topic. But I want to join that with this debate. And this debate is so dear to me and to many other Kenyans. Actually, this happened to not so far away from home. Home is Kieni, and Endarasha is part of Kieni. For those who know Muiga is like 1 kilometer to Endarasha. And I want to talk specifically to the leadership. Let me start there because that is where the problem is. There are so many wrongs with this government. Tukianza kuziongea sahi, because William Ruto and company have made it a habit. Tumekuwa sisi tunaongea, we leave at the talks, we become angry as we can, but at the end of the day, talk. They have just reduced these as talk shows, yeah. Were counted. Watoto walienda wapi? And if you can remember, Binti, when this thing happened, that particular evening, I said, be very careful with this government because it is a good distractor. And it's not as a respecter of life. It has proven that. William Ruto track record proves that he's not a respecter of life. William Ruto and company. It is not coincident. Just the other day we were planning to go to Kiambaa with our Kinamweru, planning about Kiambaa massacre and then this happens. And then that evening nakumbuka nikisema this might be a distraction. And then all of a sudden it starts with Endarasha and then fires. And to make it worse, the 70 kids, nobody knows where they are. So let us take stocks with a lot of pain. Let us take stock. Kwa sababu hatujapumzika tangu wakati wa Shakahola. Tunatoka hii headline, tunaingia ingine. Tunatoka hapa, tunaingia ingine. What is happening? Have we reduced ourselves to some group? Some group that retreat somewhere at the end of the day to just complain. When we go to platform and said, your time imeisha, it is time to raise generals, female and male. Because William Ruto is not a respecter of the constitution. William Ruto is not a respecter of life. William Ruto is not a respecter of anything. And before I forget my point, I want to address the leadership of Mount Kenya. This one is now coming to the doorstep of my people, the Mount Kenya people, with a bunch of people we call leaders that we elected with a lot of emotions. We put a lot of emotion into this government, abused our other leaders, tukafanya vitu mingi. Our parents were so emotional. They were very emotional when they were voting the last elections. And this was their man. I'm not blaming you, but I'm telling you, there is a time, let us call it the truth. And na binti, kama tutakuwa wakwale, na kama tutakubali kweli, then maybe we can kidogo tu. Binti, please, there was a distraction. You can still hear me?
Yes, yes,
Sorry for that.
100%. Why
I
not?
was, let me go. I'm on Mount Kenya leaders. As our children are disappearing, as little is being done to get these children. You've seen Mount Kenya's leaders are busy, very busy with Morima politics. You know what I mean? They are very busy. Some are very busy being bitter with the same administration they ushered in, wondering whether they're in government or they're out of government. Because all they see is their interests. Hakuna kitu ingine. And that's why you saw even the sitting legislator of that constituency, wakati alienda huko, the only thing they could come up with this administration after watoto wameungua huko ni kuwapelekea mchele na maharagwe. What are you going to tell parents who have lost their kids? Kuwapelekea mchele na maharagwe, jameni. So, mimi, we've done enough, and I think if it is crying, if it is yawning, it's ranting, we have done enough to this administration. And I've always said, na nimesema, it is time to raise generals, people who can counter William Ruto government, not only with words, but with deeds. Deeds. I've been told I advocate for anarchy. Yes, it's only anarchy. It's not, it is taking the anarchy to William Ruto doorstep. It is taking all our anger to his doorstep. Because if this administration can think their children are so special than any other watoto watu wengine, then it is very wrong. Huyu president amerudi, he's in the country. He has not found even time to go and console with the parents. When he was China, because I followed very closely, the only big statement he was making there is how me and you tukiwa hapa, how desperately we want those loans, knowing very well that those loans are not coming to help even build those schools, better infrastructure, hakuna, no better healthcare. That even with the conspiracy of the sitting county government ya Nyeri, the one that was unable to send a fire brigade to put off the fire, but it was so quick to prevent Morara from addressing a crowd. We have a trickled leadership deficit in this country, and we cannot only correct it with our own mouths. If we don't retreat back to action, if we don't go back and fight in the streets, because that is where William Ruto understands the language. If we don't make it ungovernable, it is unfortunate leo kuna watu wameongeleshwa walikuwa wameamua ku look at that airport today. Wakati business came to a standstill, that's the time these guys run up and down. If we don't make them run down up and down, waone kwamba there are people, they will continue taking it as normal. When we talk of sanctity of life hapa hivi, whom are you talking about life? Ni nani mnaambia kuhusu maisha? Kutoka ICC, somebody went away with those charges. He did not go away. William Ruto was not acquitted by ICC. It's only that the charges were dropped. They can still be brought back. But we all know what happened to the witnesses. So if he did not respect life back then, what makes you believe that he can do that now? Our constitution, the very document I respect so much. But at the end of the day, mimi nimeshasema kitambo, and I have called out my fellow Kenyans. If this document has been suspended by the leaders, by our so-called leaders, to entrench impunity, to an extent now they don't even recognize the value of life. Nobody is taking this issue and Russia at it. Look like what the DCA has just posted. It shows you how casual these guys are. Very casual. You saw how they issued a statement on the guy the guy they purported, a guy they planted in Kenya, to act as a main suspect in Kware. You saw how they released the statement that Jamaa amepotea. Have Kenyans, have you been told, if you forgot about Shakahola, if you forgot about Kware, if you forgot about the likes of Rex and others who died in the streets, what makes you think that William Ruto will listen to Endarasha? And what has happened? So it is time, Kenyans, you realized we have two sets of people in this country. There are people in leadership, very comfortable, very united at the moment, and they are speaking from one voice. And there's me and you. And it is me and you to correct those ills. But we will not correct them by just talking. When we say we go to the street and support our fellow Kenyans, like Adani, JKIA, let us not reduce it to a talk show just here. Go. That's how you change your country. If we say we are going to occupy this, because as we talk, nothing is working. Governors, and this is, I'm not playing the gender card. Unfortunate, the good constitution, it later the 2/3 rule. Our female governors, you saw a governor, mnadhani ati hiyo ni story tu. Somebody's 637 something million huko. Anapotea tunazo kwa inchi ati anaenda kubank ile. There's a lot that is not right in our nation. I don't want to divert. There's a lot that is not right, and it's unfortunately it is trickling down, taking lives. Well, they took the lives of the GNZs. Now, they are going even down, taking the lives of young kids. Those are futures being stolen as we watch. Maybe the only question I'll leave to you, to my dear patriots here, is will you accept to continue coming to space, participate, talk, be angry, go to sleep angry, wake up angry? Do you think that is the only thing that will get William Ruto out of power? No, it's not the only thing. I believe we can come up with better. I know the spaces are unsafe places to lay out the strategies and everything, but we can do better. We can still re-strategize here and reclaim our country back. We can do that. Thank you and all the best to the individuals heading to Endarasha tomorrow. Take our greetings and comfort those families. Thank you.
We mandugu, ni watu wangapi kesho tunaenda Endarasha?
Juu tunasema tu you are just wishing those guys who are going there safe journey. Mi sioni mtu akisema nataka kuenda tukutane wapi. Guys, sometimes I take you guys as jokers, especially on these spaces, because you talk, you rant, you do whatever you want to do, but you never show up. Bana, mimi mchezo wenu naona nikianza kuachana nayo. Guys, we are serious. Hao watu wamepotea ni watoto. The human beings. Ni watu wangapi wanateremka? I want to know the numbers. Ingia DM yangu. Let us plan this because it's serious matter.
Asante sana KOT. Asante sana for echoing that. Ladies and gentlemen, tunaendelea. This is sauti ya mwananchi. Sauti ya mwananchi. Sauti ya mwananchi. Brought to you by KOTs, yes. Morning sessions zinaletwaga kwako na Wanyama Wafula. Huyu speaker mnamuona hapa. Co-hosted by Binti Africa, Ayo the Sixth, Rabia and myself. Tunaendelea and today tunajua kuna story na Dani imekuwa and we are not even going to touch on it this night. We want to find our kids. Where are our children? Where are our children? We'll go back to Adani tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and any other day. But today we want to find the kids who are missed. The 70 kids. DCI wanakuja kutuchanganya saa hii usiku, wanatudanganya watoto wako accounted for. Na hata hesabu yao ukipiga ingiani, kuna hadi watoto wengi kushinda wenye wanasema wako. So we are not going to buy that. Tunataka kujua hao watoto wako wapi. Where are the kids? Where are the 70 kids? Wako accounted for. Where are their parents? Ushapata watoto wao. Yeah, so tunaendelea and like Otia said, please hit his DM when you're Nyeri in the morning. Again, ladies, please, ladies in the space, kama ujaongea, please request the mic. Kujeni hapa. I don't want this thing to be male space. This people should be even full of ladies more than men. So tafadhali, boom request mic, ladies. I'll go to Lillian Okeshi. Lillian.
Yeah, good evening, guys. It's a very sad moment where Kenya is now. And as a parent, I'm very sad. I'm very sad. I have 3 kids, and one is in boarding school here. And my thought went like, what if one day you're told your kid, like school got fire, and
Binti,
your
did
kid
we
is...
lose Lillian or ni mimi nimempoteza?
No, she's
do,
speaking.
hello, are you listening?
Yes, we can hear you, Lillian. Kawino, I think you might be the problem, so maybe if you just wait for...
Yeah, I can hear now. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Good evening, guys. I'm a very sad parent as I'm speaking. I have 3 kids, yeah, and one of them is in boarding school. So when I saw that Endarasha massacre, actually it's a massacre. It's not even an accident or anything. It's a massacre. Yeah, because nothing is coming up. I was like, just like, have I seen where my child is sleeping? The dormitories? No, we are not even shown where our children are sleeping. It made me thinking so much. One day you wake up and you find your child is not, yes, dead, but is missing. No one knows where he is. So my question was, there are many questions than answers, because I was asking myself, these kids of Endarasha, where was the watchman that day? We are being told by the DCI the watchman was not around. Again, we are being told at the same time the matron was not around. Yeah? At the same time, actually there's no one in school. So those kids, the way they were young, they were sleeping alone. And for how long has those kids been sleeping without supervision from the adult? Mm? And to come to think now that the investigation is going on, it's becoming stale, and it will go on just like that. No answers, just like the abduction and killing and the quarry. Actually, Kenya has become where someone dies, people die, no one cares. It goes and people come back to normal. Everything goes back to normal. No one cares what is happening. After all, people will cry, oh, the children, oh, the people, oh, the blood was shed, oh, but no one is talking. No one, the case will go like that, no explanation. The case will just go like that, like General Ogola's case. We are not given any explanation. How was it the plane? Was it the engineer or the plane did wrong or something? Nothing. And to come to think that the way Leandro was saying, there's something going on about the blood bank. I was thinking, where are those children? And if tomorrow we get those parents and their children missing, the missing children and their pictures and their ages, we get them and we parade them on social media all over social media, so that we can get a good number, our actual number, what is going on, what is the actual number, what is the exact actual number of the missing and the dead. And we get a response. What have they done about the teacher and the director of the school? Because how comes children can sleep alone with no matron, with no watchman, with no teachers? And then I hear there is a teacher who was pulling a student from the window, and then the other student doesn't know where the other student who was being pulled by the teacher went. The other student is missing. I don't know how parents are feeling it, but the thing that is making me so upset, why are the Nyeri residents quiet? I'm not getting it at all. Well, it's not getting my nerves very well. Why are they quiet? People are becoming quiet. The story is becoming stale. It happened and it was a big story which made over headlines to CNN, made headlines in Al Jazeera and everywhere, and now we are quiet. Me, I was even thinking I was thinking the action we could take. I don't know if we can get a FBI from outside or a detective from outside who will not be bought, and they investigate afresh, and they start. Kenya Power came and told it was not their fault. They know what came, it was not their fault. Okay, where the fire originated from where? Whose fault was it? You can't just tell me a bulb just started lighting and then the fire exhumed everything and everyone. That's serious. And Kenya Power comes and tells people and tells the media houses, oh no, this is not our fault. We went and investigated. No, it's not the fault of Kenya Power. Here we are being told, oh, the school was using solar. Yes. No, solar was not the thing. It was the electric fault. Kidogo, you hear, the children, I don't know, someone was doing what, and which were all lies. And now you have seen specifically the target was the boys. That one you have seen. Specifically the target was the boys. And as a parent, I'm really sad. I can't even come to think what is happening in our schools. Yeah, I have a kid in boarding school also, so I'm also thinking, what has this sparked something in your mind and your blood? Like, my child is not also with me. What is not going on? Because how can a whole government come and tell us their children are accounted for, and whereas you see other parents are crying, their children are not found? And another one comes, instead of going to console the parents, is busy with his car, on top of his car, showing us maize. And I don't know fertilizer that will buy, I don't know how many millions again. The way the maize is very big. And yet here we are mourning. He's not even talking about the incident. He's not even concerned. As a president, I lost my kids. Because this is his kids also. Ni watoto wake, hawa ni watoto wake pia. Kama raisi, hawa ni watoto wake. He should be very concerned. Hii kitu inafaa imsumbue. People should not be sleeping in those ministries. Where is the Ministry of Child and Gender Affairs? Have you heard anything about them? Are they talking about anyone? Are they talking about those kids? No. No one is talking about those kids. So it's up to us. If we will come up with a fund and we get an FBI or detectives from outside. We are used to doing our own things. We did the Gen Z, tukawatoa hospitali wenyewe, tukawatibu sisi wenyewe without help of government. We are used to doing our own things. We start taking things on our hands. We don't matters on our hands. Because hakuna siku, we will not hear anything from the DCI. The Kware issue, have we had anything from them? No? Yeah? It's just gone like that. Those people who have been abducted, have we had anything from them? No. Those killed on the Mandamanos, have we had anything from them? No. And how did we elect someone who had killed people before in a church with children also in a church? And we elected him and he became our president, thinking he will not also kill our own children. That is the thing that I was thinking so much. It's very spiritual. How did we come to elect a government that killed people in a church with children? Not thinking how our children will be killed plus us. Is slowly killing us, slowly killing the alphas. No, it has gone to the alphas. Those are the alphas. The queens and kings of tomorrow. There was someone maybe God had put had anointed in that group will be a great leader one day. And then you wake up in the morning, I don't know, midnight, you are being told your child is nowhere to be found or is banned beyond recognition. No one is accounting for anything. Watchman was not there. The matrons were not there. The teacher was not there. Who were there in school? Is the school a ghost school? As the children are sleeping alone, why? And then the government is not even taking structures of these schools. Nowadays, these schools have become blood bank for occultic. They have become blood bank for occultic people. Freemason are using schools now. We are really risking our children's life. Even though I'm thinking, God, do I go and withdraw that boy from the boarding school or what? Because I'm also scared as a parent. How can you wake up in the morning and you be told your kid disappeared from the fire and no one is giving you answers? Tomorrow, we take all those pictures of those kids, we parade them with their names and everything. We show the government, these are the kids who are missing, and these are the one who are burnt, and the fault comes from the Ministry of Education to the Ministry of Children and Gender, whatever. We start the fault from up going down. Where was the MCA and where was the chief? Where was the Nyumba Kumi? We have very many people present in these counties. We have very many, and they are all useless. Even the women rep for Nyeri County, where was she? She has not even come up and told the parents, the mothers who are crying bitterly because they have lost their children. It's very bad to see your child is dead, yes, and it's very annoying to not know where your child is. Yeah. So the only thing we can do is put things on our own hands and the matters on our own hands, like tumefanya mbeleni. We get funds, we get our own detectives from anywhere, we go investigate these things ourselves. And we come back to on their face and tell them this is what happened. And you show them this is what happened. And these are the missing kids and these are the kids you decided should disappear. Because I had the ambulances that night, the ambulances who were rushing, the ambulances were seen in JKA from near JKA going to JKA. What were those ambulances? Have they investigated and thought of what was happening by then? The president is very quiet, launching maize, the way the maize has grown, yeah, from China. He's on top of his car again, saying, I don't know, tutatenga bilioni ngapi for fertilizer. And yet, he has not gone to consult with those parents, with the school. He himself goes and walks up there. Where is his wife? Is his wife? She has children. Where is she? She could have been the first one there to condole with the family. Where is she? She's quiet. The women rep we have chosen, I don't know, we should just scrap this women rep. I think we should scrap them off this constitution thing. They're not helping anywhere, any woman at all. I'm not feeling them at all. At all. And now a mother is crying. She has no sleep. She doesn't know where his boy is. She's not eating. Tutapeleka wa mama hospitali just because of depression. It's very sad. It's a very sad thing. I think we should not relent and we should not make this story go stale, because now, so see the Kware. Nani anaongea juu ya Kware sai? No one is talking. Nani anaongea juu ya abduction and the people who were killed during maandamano? The story has gone. Kenyans, we are really easy to forget. We forget very easily. And now we forget, we start laughing. And the sycophantic about it is that he will come to the podium and people will laugh with him. Watu wapige makofi and everything. You will see that Endarasha, see you arrested. Again, utamwona nje ametolewa, no evidence, because he was not there. Yeah, it was not his fault at all. And then the school, will do what? Will give compensation, and the story goes. People have lost children. Some mothers will never recover. It will be a trauma the rest of their life. They will never recover if we don't take these things serious. And today is me, tomorrow might be you. People might say, oh, it was not my child. And I'm telling mothers, yes, it's not your child, but me, it has pained me so much because this is also my child. This can be my child also. Yeah, who is missing, who has been burnt with a painful death. There's no painful death like painful of fire. If you imagine them screaming for help, ati watchman hayuko, nani hayuko, and then you come here and say, ati all have accounted for that fire. I don't know, it was electric fault. Tomorrow Kenya Power is coming with, oh, it was not electric fault, it was this. They're not giving a substantial answer about what is happening, what happened to that school. No, you're telling me there is no detective or any investigator who can come and tell us what really happened in that school. We don't have any intellectual who can come and tell us this is what happened. The fire started here. It was because of this and that. People, it's like they are covering up something. They are really covering up something. And where are those kids? If there's a forest up ama neighbors, they could have been found by now. Sidhani kama kuna neighbor atasema acha nifiche huu mtoto nipate pesa. Sahii wangekuwa wamepatikana kitambo sana. Kitambo sana watoto wangekuwa wamepatikana. Kunaendaje watoto ati wamepotea 70, ati walienda kwa ati they must have scammed up from neighbors. And then kesho nasema, oh, watoto some I think tuja account for, sijui wamebaniwa or something. Kesho, tomorrow, oh, I don't know, wamepatikana 140 something, sijui. Yani numbers are not even matching. The maths is not matching. Yeah, and you come here and tell us as a government we should listen to them, tuwapatie masikio. Me, I'm not doing that. Even if that fund for funding the detective from FBI or somewhere, ikikuja nitatoa, tupate ukweli iko wapi. Those are kids. Hata hao sasa, acha tunachana na mambo ya Kware. Sasa tuko hapa kwa hii Endarasha. Au kesho ni mtoto wangu, leo ni mtoto wako, kesho ni mtoto wangu. Tutafanya nini? That is all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Lillian. Thank you so much for coming to the mic, because this is what we needed to hear. Yani, these are our kids. We have to protect them at every cost. And when the government doesn't work, we have to hold them accountable and make sure that they work for us. There's nothing worse, honestly, than the pain of a mother, the pain of a mourning mother. Even if you're not a mother yourself, maybe you have a brother or a sister, maybe you're a father. If you cannot relate or feel any type of sympathy or empathy towards this current situation, but I don't know about you. We don't have a country here. Elton, I'll go to you next because you've been here for a while. And then, like I said, ladies, when I see you on the speakers, I'll just boost you up a little bit just to give it a little bit of gender balance. So, Elton, hi.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, 100%. Go ahead.
Well, now that we have crossed into Thursday, last Thursday, kids were burnt to death beyond recognition. Something that is very, very painful, something that is very dear to my heart. And I'm currently a little bit emotional. If I remember last Thursday, I woke up with a start at 2:30 a.m. It is not something that is very normal according to me because design niliamka hiyo usiku, it was like my heart was pounding very heavily. I woke up with a start, that is all I can say. And it wasn't very normal for me, and I was not able to sleep until 3:30 a.m. Now, down to Friday, I wasn't able to access online kukuja kuona nini imeendelea kwa nchi, and I did not watch the news. So on Saturday morning, I get to learn that something has happened, and we've lost kids at this school called Endarasha Academy. First of all, I want to say Endarasha Academy is a crime scene. It is a crime scene because the number of children that have been raised by the flames, first of all, are not confirmed. As we are talking right now, the government has given us a number of 21, as they say. But who is to confirm this? I was surprised to see that CS Interior came in, gave a statement. You'll forgive me for this, my albino people. But the albino guy, the guy that puts on a hat and some dark shades, the albino guy came in, gave a statement. Surprisingly, the deputy president comes in, gives a statement. Another statement, again, by I don't know who, a PS Education. So there are more than 5 statements running. Nobody has got any proper information, and this smells like a cover-up. Should we say that what has happened down at Endarasha is a cover-up? Because there are too many people in a crime scene. When something like this happens, I believe the standard operating procedure, hata kama mimi si polisi, is to cordon off that entire area, make sure that the evidence that is within that place is not interfered with. What is KPLC doing at Endarasha? Don't we have detectives that are able to look into whatever has happened there without bringing in too many people who are already messing the crime scene? Another thing, why are the parents being treated like strangers? Why isn't the parent who paid fees and gave up their duty as the guardian to the school, why are they being locked out of that compound? Why is the information that is coming out from the officials very minimal? Doesn't it now look like it's a cover-up? But just within the same week, last week, I remember there was something to do with Isiolo girls being on fire. Suddenly, Isiolo girls is on fire for whatever reason. Nobody is injured. Now it is coming out later today that probably more than 70 or just 70 are missing and are nowhere to be seen. Kwanza nataka kusema bana, there is no hakuna mtu wa kutetea boy child, because out of the ones that have been burnt to a crisp, all of them are all boys, as per the statements zenye tunapata hapa hizo za news and what we are getting here as we speak right now. And another thing that is surprising, where is the voice of the church? Where is the clergy? Hata humu ndani, I'm surprised hakuna mtu mwenye ana claim yeye ni mtu wa clergy. Angalau atoe statement. Where is the clergy? What is the clergy saying about this? Or did we open our doors to the devil to come and rape us from behind? I thought we are a Christian, God-loving, Jesus-loving country. What has happened to the clergy The voice of the clergy is missing. And why is there all this confusion? There's been a lot of statements issued. There's a lot of confusion. Nobody's giving information. And even our mainstream media that should be asking the technical questions that prompt officials or government officials to do their work. They are not asking the right questions. They are covering it like it's an accident. And I think the first thing we have to recognize is that Endarasha is a crime scene. It has to come out clearly that it is not an accident. It has to be investigated as a crime scene. And this is also another thing that I'm looking at in terms of internal security. Isn't this another internal security failure under the docket of the current CS, earlier fired, then reinstated? This is another failure. We are talking about quarry that has not been looked at. Last time I checked, they cordoned off that area and nobody is supposed to be going there, and there is no retrieval of bodies. I stand to be corrected if at all they're retrieving bodies, but currently no bodies are being retrieved, right? So that is quarry one. The Shakahola guy, we never got a report out of Shakahola. I do not know if they're still continuing to find graves, or it has become another story that has been swept under the rug very quickly, and thousands of souls can be lost and nobody cares. This time, the children that have disappeared are live souls, young boys. I do not know if you guys can see the weight of this particular thing that has happened to our country. If, for example, we were to say that a small town has disappeared overnight today in Kenya, wouldn't it be believable? Or wouldn't it be said that it looks like Jesus Christ came in with a chariot and has ferried everybody away from the village? Let us look at even the location of Endarasha School, where it is located. How possible is it that mzee wa nyumba kumi hajui kitu? Chief hajui kitu? The village drunkard who is always around when it's in the wee hours of the night and they've got a lot of information, hawajui kitu? All the way into the nearest police station, nobody knows anything about this. Where is the MCA for this area? The MCA is not fighting for the parents. Why is the MCA silent? And in terms of even internal security, the entire docket, kutoka hauki na DCI, I'm surprised DCI can decide to bring down this space as I'm talking currently. Probably they have already done so. And right now, they cannot trace 70 children. 70 children that require a guardian. All of them. Probably most of them still need their clothes washed for them by the matron. And now DCI claims they cannot find these children in 7 days because leo ni Thursday. Na ilifanyika last Thursday. Something is not right. The government is not coming out clearly and it's not coming forthright to tell us the truth. And I would really like to urge any of the members of our mainstream media wenye wako hapa ndani, please do your job. And you'll excuse me for this, but you cannot keep on to lick the buttocks of this regime. Do your job. Ask the right questions. That is the least you can do for us during times like this. Because it is open now that the government does not care about the sanctity of life. The government is interested in subverting the constitution by denying the Kenyan populace of social justice. economic justice, any form of justice is absent. And there are more parents crying. And funnily enough, I saw somebody talking about giving the parents some goodies in terms of foodstuffs. What kind of bullshit is that? With 70 kids missing, I was expecting an uproar from members of Nyeri County, or at least that sub-county. What is not happening to Kenyans? This is a clear sign that the government has come out to kill, loot, and destroy. There is nothing more that they are trying to give to the populace. There are no services, there are only more deaths, more disappearances, and very few answers. I've heard somebody talk about devil worshipping. For the longest time, I've been yapping about it, that probably our leadership went to bed with the devil under the Pacific Ocean or something, because this thing is not right. We have had too many massive deaths. Too much blood has been going out, flowing all over the land, and there is no sense of justice. I am surprised that this school has not yet been sued. And please, for the members of LSK wenye wako hapa ndani, or any wakilis, you have to sue that school for those parents, because those parents are going to be gagged, I assure you, because that is how this regime works. If you cannot be bought, you are gagged. If you cannot be stopped, you are disappeared. And so now it has come down to the children. Anyways, before I get off track, going forward, currently I'm not able to join any of those that will be traveling to Nyeri, to Endarasha. I am quite far. I'm on the border of Kenya and Tanzania in Sirare town. And I would like to ask those members that will be going out there, those that are going to be meeting these parents, please be the shield and defender that they are looking for. Amplify the voices of these parents, please, because sorry, I was about to call our media Githeri media, but anyways, wamekuwa Githeri. It is open that the mainstream media does not want to give this the attention that it deserves. Please lift their voices up for our activism hapa ndani in these spaces. Give us a lot and progresses us forward in terms of action from this defunct government. And lastly, if you know that you are eligible to be a voter in the next election cycle for this country, please go and pick your vote. Have your voter's card, because that is the only weapon that we might have within this political system. Because at the moment, everything that has been planned by this political class is to make sure even the political cycle that we will go into 2027 might not give us the result that we the people desire. But if we are able to take our votes, if we are able to pick up our voters' cards, if we're able to register and enter those registration books as voters, then we are able to vote in numbers to take this defunct regime home. Thank you. I give my mic to whoever else that is going to be speaking.
Asante sana Elton. Asante sana kwa mchango wako. Bibi na mabwana, ndugu na madada, tunaendelea. Ni saa 7 kasoro dakika 3 saa za Afrika Mashariki. Tunaendelea. Maureen Mwenswa.
Yes, how are you guys?
We are offended.
Mhm.
Mtoto wetu ameuliwa tu, hatujui wako wapi, tunaambiwa tu oh. Lakini wakiambiwa tu enda sahii mtafute Maureen ako wapi, ameongea kwa space, wanakupigia sahii.
Kabisa, lazima tukasirike zaidi. Let me start by saying I stand in solidarity with the parents that are mourning and to those that are coming to Nyeri to demand justice and accountability, safe journeys and Godspeed. Alafu, ala sijui nianze wapi. Hiyo statement ya DCI, hii ndio hesabu wanafunzi wa Kiganjo. Kama ni hivi, basi, enyewe hii serikali inatuchezea karata kubwa sana. What are those numbers? Hata kama ni kucooks wangetoa calculator. Sawa. Anyway, alafu my other issue is with Rigiji. Kila saa anashinda kusema mtu asiguze Mrema. Saa hii Mrema imeguzwa, amenyamaza ni kama amekatwa ulimi. Huyo jamaa siaiongea tena. Shenzi sana. Napa ametuwestia time. When he's needed, he's nowhere to be seen. Lakini acha ikue other issues about them cutting deals. Utamwona kwa stage akisema oh Mrema this, Mrema that. But when it matters, he's silent. Sasa, are these our leaders or dealers? Lazima tujiulize pertinent questions about our watu wenye tumeelect juu they don't represent us. Yani wazazi wamefiwa, you bring them rice and beans, wafanye nini? Wapande ama cha nimalizia hapo for now.
Asante.
Wow.
By the way, where Corino? Me, I don't even know. Maureen, asante sana. There's just so much hurt, but we need to action it. So, if you guys didn't hear, Mabonga said, whoever's turning up tomorrow, please just contact him, whatever, just so you can arrange it. So we're not here in the space just speaking and speaking and speaking, and we're not actually physically qua ground supporting our the families that have lost their children. I guess our children, because we're all one at this point. Wow. Real Joe, you've been here for a while, so I'll come to you next. Hi. And then I'll come to Nothing KE afterwards.
Hi Binti, hi Kowino, hi KOT.
Hi, go ahead.
Thank you. So basically, I mean, we have been subjected into a country whereby deaths are just the daily norm. In fact, I was just tempted to even try and analyze the daily death rate during the COVID times, because that was when we as a country, we were under an emergency because of COVID and things like that, even lockdown and things like that. And I see within the past few months, we've had to discover a lot of deaths in our country. Very huge numbers that are not just jokes. You know, we had to lock down our whole country because of a daily death rate of, let's say, 3 people, 4 people. The highest maybe I can remember was 37 people died in a day. But we are talking about huge numbers. We are talking about roughly, ideal here for this particular incident, the numbers that even we are being given in the DCI release are useless numbers, but the numbers are high, we know that. But the real questions are these. It is several days out of the tragic incident, but what has really transpired that can show some seriousness to this matter? We don't see that, because infernos in schools have happened before. There were guidelines that were put in effect to that. The first questions we should ask ourselves, like I'm really trying to imagine and really trying to wonder, how are 156 boys, how do they find themselves in a dorm? Because personally, I've studied in boarding school way back. I'm trying to imagine 156 students in a dorm, boys. That is absurd to me, number one. Number two, there are guidelines that were put in place due to frequent infernos that used to happen. They talked about 2 doors, front and back, emergency exit, one in the middle, things like that, fire extinguishers. Did this school comply with that? We need to ask ourselves those questions. Okay? Because that is those are some of the measures that were previously put in place to deal with such issues. Did this particular school comply with that? Did they have fire extinguisher inside there? Did they have emergency exits? How hygienely possible for 156 boys to be in one dormitory? And we know how a dormitory looks like. And we've seen even the way the dormitory looked like. I mean, how is it possible that they congest students like that? It is just so unfair to parents. And that is even, to make matters worse, that is a private school where parents are paying money. It is crazy. Those are questions that by now, the school should be battling several court cases, but they ain't. There's nothing. It's just defense here, defense there. Someone just mentioned, a previous speaker, I think it was Kowino, said that, how is it, it was not Kowino, it was Nani, the previous speaker before Amonge, how is it possible that in such a tragedy, Kenya Power, who are not investigators, go to investigate if it is them who is wrong or right? How is it possible? How is it possible that a crime scene, people are just allowed to enter whenever they want to go and check? If now Kenya Power wanted to go and check if it is them, they go and check. If the guys who made the beds want to go and confirm if it is their beds that ensure the dormitory caught fire, they're just allowed. If it is, it doesn't make sense. So we are being treated to suckers. And that is just what is happening in our country right now. I think previously in one of these spaces where we were just having some random conversations of conspiracy theories, I made a very funny conspiracy theory. I talked about, we have some vampires in State House that are being fed human blood. And you guys, that was a conspiracy theory, but that is symbolism as well. Because all these deaths that are happening in our country, and it is just easy for someone to die and no one talks about it. It is easy for Kenyans to lose their lives, and no government official clearly gives Kenyans answers that they want. Nobody does that. It is just clearly, this is just a total crime scene. We don't have a country, as people like to say, we don't have a country here. And therefore, as I want to yield, but I want to give the following, I want to talk about the following in terms of what we need to do. Because I just tried to do a simple analysis in the build-up to our Occupy Parliament. We had a series of things that we used to do in the build-up. And you remember, guys, if you guys remember, in the build-up to 25th, we had declared 7 days of rage. We had declared such things. We've not done that recently. And those are some of the things that we need. Those are some of the tactics that we need to deploy right now, because we cannot continue living like this and depending on street actions. We need to involve right now everyone. How are you going to involve right now everyone? Right now, we need to declare as soon as possible our own state of emergency, because this is currently a state of emergency. Here we have today we have an airport that is occupied and unable to transport people, because we have a government that wants to make a deal out of it. I was unable to travel. Niko Mombasa today. JKA by the airport ya Mombasa today, no flights zilikuwa it's crazy. We are in a state of emergency, sort of, by the way. We are in a state of emergency. So we need to declare that, and as soon as possible, we need to ask the parents to be in solidarity with the parents who are currently affected with this tragedy, and withdraw their children from school immediately. Because this can happen anytime and we will not get answers. Let them withdraw their children from school for the next 21 days. Let them withdraw them so that we get answers to what is currently happening. This is in solidarity with the parents who have lost their kids, children. We cannot allow children to die. Children are like the future of this country. Let parents withdraw their children from school. Let us be given answers. Let us see answers, which I know we are not going to get. We have to push for these things. We are never going to get answers. But right now, we need to involve the only court that is currently working in Kenya right now is the court of public opinion. That is the only court that is working right now. So we need to ensure that we use that properly. And therefore, let's declare this. Let's beseech all parents to withdraw their children from school. Let them sit with their children back home as we seek for other solutions. That is number one. Number two, we need to go back to occupying churches. We cannot give these leaders who just play around with the lives of Kenyans platforms in churches to lie to Kenyans, to play around. You know, this leadership has been masquerading around, purporting to be holier than thou. Yeah, telling people that they were selected by God, yet they are doing devilish things. I mean, it doesn't work like that. We have a leadership that has not accounted for people who died in Kware, yet we are hearing families fleeing Nairobi because of threats they are receiving from DCI. How tragic can that be? We have a leadership that denies deaths that they have committed on their own. We have a leadership that says nobody was abducted, yet they were the ones who were abducting people. We have a leadership that said they would disband a killer squad, purported killer squad somewhere that was killing Kenyans. But we saw them, even they were bought new Subarus, plateless, masquerading around during the protest that we had. Those are killer squad in masks, faces covered. Okay, and one of the things that is there even in the Bible, one of the things that God hates the most is lying. We have a leadership that lies left, right, and center. They don't even care about what comes out of their mouth. They don't care about the normal things that people talk about, power of the mouth, power of the tongue. We don't. I know it's a cliche, but I just say it. It is wrong. Never joke with God. That is a cliche, but I'll just say it. I'll repeat it again. Because we cannot be, as a country, led by people who, like, it is very easy for them to just disregard life. Life is what makes a country. If all these Kenyans die, who will you rule? Who will you rule? Who will you apply your powers to? Nobody. So this leadership, this is not even leadership. This is just a bunch of psychopaths. They're not leaders, they're idiots. They're nothing. We should not call them leaders. They don't deserve that. We are elevating them for nothing. They're not. They're not leaders. These are killers, murderers, playing around with people's lives. They don't care. They really don't care. They don't care at all. So we need to go back to doing our series of plans the way we used to do. That's something I in the build up to our Occupy Parliament, that really worked for us. That really worked for us, and it built the public. It rallied so many people behind the cause and what we were doing And right now, without even any doubt, everyone is behind this cause. They just need more. They need more. There are people who are supporting us, but they're not able to support us maybe through these spaces and things like that. So we need to do more. We need to do more. We need to do more. We need to be, right now, we need to declare rage again against this government, against this leadership that is here right now. We should not give them any platforms. We need to displatform them at any place that we see them. We should not give them any, they don't deserve. We don't have a parliament because we had already occupied it. The guys who are there in parliament, they are pigs. I've seen a photo of pigs in parliament. That is what they had. They're not doing anything. They're doing nothing. By right now, the president should have declared a state of emergency because there's a serious state of emergency in this country. He should have declared that, but he doesn't. In fact, I was looking at recent pictures of the president, even the recent videos. He doesn't look like the same guy. You guys go and look at him. His skin has turned. I don't know what is happening to him. I don't know. Anyway, that's just a by the way. But what really needs to happen right now is, now more than ever, we need to be in solidarity with the parents who have lost their children. It is tragic for parents to lose children. It is tragic. We need to be in solidarity with them. And other parents need to also be in solidarity with them. Let them withdraw their children from school. Let us beseech them. Let them withdraw their children from school and show this government that for us as a people, we take life seriously. We take life seriously. We are not like them. We are different. We have raised the bar too high for them. They will never get to where we are right now. They will never get to where we are. So that is what I have to say today. But it is just very tragic that parents have had to lose children that you're investing in. You're investing in children, taking them to school. You lose them, you're told they were burnt in a dormitory. 156 boys were stuffed in a dormitory like pigs. Yeah? They died. They were burnt beyond recognition. What kind of news is a parent getting? What kind of news is that? How do they
Kawino, can you hear Real Joe?
Actually, I lost him and I thought it was my internet.
Nope. I think it's you, Real Joe. I think we've lost you for a second, but I think you're winding up anyway. So, Kawino, I'll just hand back to you.
Yes, really Joe, tumepoteza. Oh, seen you dropped. But thank you. I've heard you. Ladies and gentlemen, tunaendelea and we are hoping that we can wind up by 2 a.m. East African time. We are like 44 minutes away from time. So I hope we'll be done by that time. Let me check. I'm seeing some DM here. Someone DM'd me like 10:23 p.m. I didn't see this, and this is from Endarasha School, Hillside Endarasha Academy and Junior School. Letter of condolences dated 11 September 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen to this very carefully. My throat, sorry. The director, the school administration, and the whole Hillside Endarasha Academy takes this chance to give heartfelt condolences to the families of the 21 learners who lost their lives due to the tragic fire accident that befell our school on the night of 5th September 2020. With heavy hearts, we are also trying to come to terms with the reality of the sudden turn of events that have left the whole nation with shock, despair, and grief. The pain of losing our children is so much that we remain numb and stiff. This loss is one we are certain we will never overcome. with all humility, I want you to listen to this carefully, guys. With all humility, we regret the position that all and sundry have found themselves in, even after all the learners have been accounted for. We are working tirelessly by providing all the required information to the relevant authorities so that they can establish the cause of the fire accident. As we stand in solidarity with the families of the affected learners, we appeal to all Kenyans to kindly understand our position and give us the necessary support. In this hour of our need, find a place in your hearts to accept our sincere condolences. It has been stamped and signed. No name who has signed it. Hillside Endarasha Academy, 11th September 2024. Again, like I said previously, after seeing that DCI post, I don't believe in coincidences. How is it that all of a sudden, when people are going to occupy Endarasha tomorrow, all pupils have been accounted for? But on the contrary, no parent has come out to say all our 70 missing kids have been accounted. Is it a coincidence? Ama mimi tu ndio na overthink? Tafadhali mniambie. Alafu I asked you guys, mathematicians in the house. Mnajua mimi nimepata ni kama watoto walikuwa kwa dorm, boys alone that were present were 164. After doing my shallow mathematics, nimepata the boys that were in the dorm were 164, but tumeambiwa sijui walikuwa wangapi, 156. So mathematicians in the house, tafadhali kuna hiyo post ya DCI hapo juu, kwa hapa kwa Jumbotron, help us man, help us. Mtusaidie. Nothing K, umepata hesabu inasema aje?
Hi, Kuino, Binti, KOT, and everyone. As usual, I salute the comrades we've lost. The kids we are talking about, this is a very heavy topic. For me, it's not making sense. There are many people who have been injured since we started speaking truth to power. And then those who are missing. I'm finding this very, very difficult to accept. Now on the math is not mathing. Because they say initially the school had 164 kids. It was still early in the semester, so 8 had not reported. That gives us 156. And then 21, we have lost 21. So that brings us down to 133, I think. But what I'm finding funny, first of all, allow me to mention that I've done a unit in forensic science. There's no perfect crime. And when you want to find the truth, you do what Kenyans have been doing. You ask questions. Don't take sides. Ask difficult questions. As you press, the truth will come out. Because help me understand, and I like that. I can't remember, there's a gentleman who said he's a villager. Someone posted an aerial view of the area. Even without the aerial view, in a village, if you turn up, they will know, someone will know, because they know each other, the routines are almost the same. So when there's something off, they will turn up. Even just a simple scream, it's enough siren to make villagers turn up. I've listened to a girl who said her sibling was in the school and how they turned up and they called, they tried to turn off the inferno. And like someone said, that it's funny that the fire engine did not get to the school, but it was available to Bully Morara and the crew. So for me, it looks very, very off. Endarasha is a crime scene. But now the letters that are popping up fast, there's no sympathy. Until now, when people decided they're going to occupy, There was no intention to proceed. They expected it will die down like Githurai died down. But suddenly, when they say that it's a crime scene, they are simply saying it is inaccessible. But because we realize they only get to work when voices charge against them, people have to turn up for these kids. I've heard someone say that why the boys, why are we not speaking up? I think we expected that the government will protect Kenyans. But like I tweeted earlier, what is the value of a Kenyan life? In short, they don't seem to really think Kenyans matter. They forget power is short-lived, it's transient. They forget that the people actually the custodian of this power that they're abusing on a daily basis. So I'd like to appeal to the investigation units in Kenya. Their parents are the truth that Kenyans are trying to find, they already know, but they're quiet. And we can tell why they are quiet. They say whoever pays the piper calls the tune. But I think I'm very grateful for the letter. I don't think they erred in the letter. They were giving clues. That is why the math is not mathing. Someone may not come out openly and tell you, oh, you know that this is what happened. They leave for you. They leave for you errors for you to pick up. But for them, they'll stand by. Oh no, you know it was an error. They can even try and correct it. But that's a key. It's up to us to decide what to do with it. Yes, Kenya. I'd also done a tweet some times ago. I asked, how comes Kenya has been in a constant state of mourning? The government is not working, but we seem to be on a constant state of mourning. Someone asked, where is the church? Ceremony and I hold a space where we talk. Kowini, you've been there. Where we started by asking what is going on? How comes the church is not coming out? But clearly, even the church in Kenya has an evil altar. So when you see, and I was telling someone, and the reason why, like the night Kowino, you're on the space, I was entertaining people asking questions because I found myself in a place where I would pray and tell God, it's not making sense. Things are not making sense. And through that, I think I got to learn a few things. So when you see like what happened in Endarasha, I listened to a guy who was in Satanic worship, but now is a Christian, talking about when you see that happening, it's a portal being opened in an area. I saw a lady, even before now what we are going through in the country, a lady in the US explaining that they are harnessing energy in Africa, this whole thing of trying to force homosexuality on us, and how a bit of it doesn't make sense to me, because that is not the kind of faith I've been raised in. And especially the first video I watched of her explaining how she was adopted by a family that didn't believe in God, and she kept saying, oh, there's a God, and they put her in a mental facility. She ended up in as a pole dancer, and in that particular area is where she was saying, you know, like street people have a lot of information. And what I like about her is that she will drop hints with receipts. And I was very shocked to see that she's saying, you see the way people are crazy about celebrity. They're like, sometimes they tell you stuff on your face, but because we have put them on a pedestal, you don't interrogate it. And I remember it was John Legend's wife had asked, what do you think I should have for dinner? In fact, when she pulled the Instagram post, my heart dropped. And she said, how about baby legs, like human baby legs? So this lady was dropping the hint, the codes they use that refer to what they do. And you see, when you hear things like that, they are so bizarre, it doesn't make sense. And she was saying there's even something they call, I can't remember, chocolate syrup or something like that. It's actually human blood. I was like, I mean, who would even think it? And like for her, she was saying, and she was saying that they tried to sue her, and it turned out it was just a threat. She was like, they can't go to court because they know I have receipts. So when I've been hearing people talking about human sacrifice, it breaks my heart so much. I'm like, how did, as a country, find ourselves here? And for some reason, when we started that space for the Christian space, I kept telling guys, I feel like this battle is spiritual. We're in a spiritual battle. And to hear that these kids are missing, it doesn't make sense. Kids cannot vanish. They're not up. Even a pencil, if you take time enough, you'll find it. So when I hear what people are talking about, I think also she talked about the trafficking, so many things that didn't make sense. But like I said, usually when you want to find the truth, even when you hear, because for me, like when she would say things like that, I was just thinking, you're crazy. But when you want to find the truth, you don't, whatever that is said, you don't pick it as a truth. You poke holes, you ask questions. So where am I going with this? I think this is a call to prayer. It's the only way we are going to win this battle. Of course, we will resist, but prayer is very important. And when we pray, we should take a position, because as a child of God, it doesn't matter. We don't have to agree who your God is, but we all agree that there's a supreme God. You just say, I pray against any agreement that has been made for the blood letting of Kenyans. You destroy any altar, any agreement of the grave, any demonic agreement. You just pray and say, God, I break any demonic agreement over the land. That is the only way we will win this battle. But we need to stand with the families. We need to question everything. Now we need to walk around with our eyes wide open. We need to stand together, because united can never be defeated. But it is so when I hear the kids missing. In fact, I don't personally watch news, but when I kept seeing the question about the school on my TL, first of all, when I saw the fire, it was too painful for me to even watch the video, so I kept off. And at the time, our minds were focused on a Danny deal and many things like that. And as I've been listening to people, there's a correlation between the I think there was a nationwide blackout and some ambulances and the fire. I still don't know whether the three align, but in the event that they do, then we are asking the right question. But we just want the truth. What is going on in the nation of Kenya? We honestly need the truth. We never got closure on that church, the crazy story of Shakahola. We never got closure. As I was watching I watched a guy who was calling out pastors and saying, hey, so and so, I'm the one who recruited him in this altar. So and so, yeah. I was like, yeah, if he's not, tell him to come and debate me. Aseme kama I didn't recruit him into Freemasonry. I've watched some confession of a pastor. I've watched a confession of a mataturin. So there is something wrong spiritually in the nation. But it doesn't matter how whatever they do. I think Kenyans can pray and win this battle in the spirit, as we also, because they say faith without work is worthless, as we also try to push. We also try to push for answers. We stand with this family. I think it's wrong for the security apparatus to think that, everything that Kenyans ask has to be, it's like you're in a battle where you're asking question and the answer is implemented with a bullet. It doesn't make sense. The violence we are seeing, they're conditioning us to accept violence, trauma. They're programming us like you like remember there was this, was it 1990? The day before they were saying, oh, you know, there are 260 bodies at the city funeral home. For me, I found that very, that's when I started asking, what's the value of a Kenyan? Why would someone in authority say that? Why? The fact that people are asking difficult questions, you threaten people with death. And I was wondering, how comes for them they're so obsessed with the mortal issues? Why is the obsession not on let's do the right thing? There are questions being asked. Let's apologize. Let's offer answer. It doesn't make sense to me. I've been listening through, and I'm just trying to. Everything feels like a puzzle, and this puzzle is not coming together. But there's need for us to continue. I don't think this is something we should ever let go. Now we should rejoin it with other cases, because how can kids just vanish? How? Anything anyone says right now, I don't care how radical it is, until they tell us the truth. Maybe we should just scandalize them so that we get to know the truth, because it's unacceptable. But I know this battle will be won, and one day we will have the accurate answers. But for now, the only way is forward. We have to keep pushing. And I really wish, and I know it is very insane of me to imagine, I really wish this government can just decide to go home and say, oh, you know, it's not as leaders of your country and the citizen, we don't seem to be heading in the right way. So we have decided to give you an opportunity to find your own leaders. Because how do they kill? Majority of those condemning them voted for them, and whether there are people who didn't vote for them, I don't think we're heading in the right direction. Honestly, we need a complete reset. If it's Raila, I'm thinking, how comes he's quiet about Adani? Is AUC that important to him? How comes he's not? He has not been to Endarasha. Is AUC that important? What's going on to Kenya? What's happening in that country? What is going on? For me, I pray for the nation, I pray for the citizen, and I know we will win, but this battle will be won also in prayer. So, like, there's someone who also said pray. And you see, prayer is not how we have been conditioned. You can actually just ask what is going on. But genuinely ask God, like, what's going on? I know you're out there. Wait, what is going on? And you can be the channel that will answer our question, or the prayer that will free the nation. But I feel like we are under a very dark cloud. For me, it started with the athletes, and it kept coming, and it kept coming. And the guy Kirui, who was left in Mount Everest, how can we lose money to corruption and we leave a Kenyan in Mount Everest because it will cost 20 million to search? So I don't know. My heart is broken. I can't believe what it feels like for that parent. I'm not a parent myself, but it does not mean that I'm not bleeding. My heart bleeds for Endarasha and every Kenyan that is missing, the Bob, and the other two brothers. So let's continue asking very, very difficult question, and we should not allow this thing to become a cold case. I'm glad that LSK went to court and they cannot dispose of the body, because they're saying we can't give you dismembered bodies. It has to be a complete body for the family to receive, and at the same time they're saying, oh, since we cannot put together the body, we are going to dispose. What's going on? For me, my heart, I don't know. It's just so hard right now to be a Kenyan. It's very, very difficult. And I shouldn't be like that. Our crime is just the fact that we want the right thing.
Nothing. Nothing. I think okay. No problem. I think we lost you there, but why, guys? I truly feel the pain that we are all carrying right now. I feel the anguish. I feel the anger. I feel, yeah. It's a sad state of affairs, as somebody said earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be closing this ITM on Energy space in approximately 22 minutes. So we'd like to just hear from the speakers that are currently on the speakers panel, just so that we can also, rest. And tomorrow, as we, gather our strength, we can occupy Endarasha. Please, if you're going to be going, please DM KOT. His DMs are open, so you can arrange and coordinate with him. And yeah, let's support our mothers, our fathers, the families that are just suffering currently. So yeah, Dr. Milton, I think I'll go to you next. You've been very patient with us. So Dr. Milton, please speak to us.
I This is a very, very painful subject to deal with, and I've really struggled to come to terms. As a father myself, I have been asking myself too many questions about this thing. But I think picking up from nothing who just spoke, this is a spiritual context. We are dealing with people who masquerade as people of God, but indeed they are not. They are in bed with the devil, and they span everything they do is demonic. So these are scare tactics. These are spiritual fights. The Kenyan children are being used to pay blood sacrifices on behalf of the people who are evil, and as a way of distracting a nation that is in distress from asking the real questions, but also to fulfill evil intentions by people who want to hang on to power. I know there is the spiritual fight that we have to do, and as a believer, as a Christian myself, as a Seventh-day Adventist, I believe that we are supposed to be fighting on our knees whenever these things are happening. The Bible teaches that when you see these things, we always have to remember that our fight is not flesh and blood, but spiritual. And while we do that, while we go on our knees and fight spiritually through prayer, we also have a duty to speak out and to take actions that demonstrate that we indeed are believers in a God who will be able to rescue us. Like they say, faith without works is also dead. So we must be able to rise. And I want to call upon every parent of Kenya today. And I associate myself with I think one or two speakers before the previous one who said that this is a time for Kenyan parents to come out and say, our children are not safe. And if our children are not safe, every parent, every teacher, everybody that understands the pain of a child, the pain of losing a child, today it's the parents of the missing children. What tells you that tomorrow your child will not be targeted? That your child will not be the one that will be missing? That your child will not be a victim? That you will not be the parent who will be crying? So I am calling upon a build-up period where, as parents, as Kenyans, we are going to say we will withdraw our children from all the schools in the whole country in solidarity, as an expression of our fear that our children are not safe in our schools. So if the children are in boarding schools, I would want that we declare a day after 7 days of prayer and fasting and mourning those who have died. We will declare that on a particular day We are going to withdraw all our children. There will be no teachers in school. There will be no matatus operating. Public servants will not go to work, so that we can declare our anger and call upon those who have failed. The people who are supposed to be leaders who have become dealers, who have become people who are sacrificing our children, for us to call upon them to step down and vacate office. If this will not be the clarion call, if this will not be the point where we say and tell William Ruto and his cartel of evil dealers that enough is enough, then we have also lost it as a people. We have lost it as citizens. So I am declaring that we give ourselves, as the people go out to Endarasha tomorrow or later this morning, when we go out to occupy, but we also declare the start of 7 days of mourning and prayer and fasting. And on the seventh day, like it is said in the Bible, in the story of Jericho, Jericho came down when the people of God surrounded that city and they moved around praying and singing with the sound of trumpets, and the ark of God was in front. And on the seventh day, they broke out in loud noise, and the city of Jericho came down. No weapon was used, no blood was spilled in that, and the city came down on the seventh day. I am saying that we start 7 days later today when the people occupy Endarasha, and we go out there for 7 days. We shall pray and fast and have vigils on these spaces and everywhere we can. And on Thursday next week, let the parents go out and bring their children back home. And on that day, there will be no work, no civil servant, no teacher in school. And that should indeed be the sign that the fall, just like Jericho fell, William Ruto and the entire dealership that is occupying and holding office in the Republic of Kenya will fall, where no weapon would have been used, and our people will be free, and we shall be able to liberate our country from the shackles of evil and people who masquerade as good people, but they are not. They are evil. They are representing evil spirits. Let us be, and indeed is the best way that we are going to send William Ruto and his evil dealership out of office for our country to be free. Thank you very much. I won't be there, but when it comes to withdrawing our children, I'm currently out of the country. I am away in the United States, but I will be. I can assure you that my children will be withdrawn from school, and I will continue praying, and I will continue supporting these efforts and this endeavor until we liberate our children, we liberate and reclaim our country from the hands of the evil satanic powers. Thank you, Mungu awabariki, and let us continue injecting and doing this until after 7 days. I believe that just like Jericho fell, Ruto's regime and the evildoers will come down if we do and go by the proposal that I have given. Thank you very much. I leave it at that, and for other people to contribute. If what I have said makes sense, then let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you so much, Milton. We really appreciate your contribution to the issue of our children, and thank you for saying that if it comes to withdrawal, you will be the first. So we really appreciate that. Kutun John,
Yes, hi.
are you there?
Yes, hi. Thank you. Thank you so much for the
Hi,
opportunity.
have you done the maths? Is it adding
And
up?
no, it's not adding up. It's cooked up.
Yeah.
It is so obvious they're trying to disrupt. Like today is Thursday. Yeah, they're trying to disrupt the demos. Yeah, like the way people are they're going to Nyeri, and it's so evident there is more to this, and I cannot even imagine how distraught parents are. And I want everybody to by the way, thank you. I think this is my first time being on a no second time I guess being on a on a space like talking. So please understand if I'm not going to be very, very fluent. So because I'm a bit nervous. So I'm just saying, as in I can imagine what is happening. Like what I'm so sorry to the parents that have lost their children. I can't imagine the pain. I cannot imagine the brokenness. It's too much. I can't even imagine. That's why, like, for me, I don't understand how DCI Kenya or the government can be quiet, or they can just go on as if nothing is happening. And for the kids who are missing, the 93, even maybe it's more, I cannot even imagine what they are going through. You know, the trauma, the panic. I cannot even imagine. I'm very sure they are somewhere, they are panicking, and nobody is doing nothing about it, you know. And I think this only shows how bad the situation is as a community, as the people, because if we're quiet, imagine saizi, we're very, very quiet. Nothing is happening in this country. Nobody, hakuna mtu anapiga nduru. Me, I miss those days. I grew up in Ushago, and I remember, like, if there was a problem, women used to come out and wail. Women used to piga nduru. Men will come out. You know, I miss those days. I am so tired of modernism. I am so tired of where we are as the people and as a country. Because imagine tumenyamaza tu. It's been days. Nobody's doing nothing. Nyeri, nobody's doing nothing. So I think it's high time for people to come out. Like, I'm so happy about people who are leaving Nairobi, leaving places out of Central, and they're going there. You know, it shows solidarity. It shows, like, when did we stop having empathy? When did we stop feeling other people's pain? You know, like, why are we numb to other people's pain? Imagine, like, I saw mothers wanapiga nduru huko. People are demanding for their kids. Some people are even still they're very traumatized. They cannot even come forward. They cannot even talk. You know, watu mtu amenyamaza tu hivi. You can see the camera moving around, and people are so broken. Parents are broken. Imagine you trusted a school and institution with your child, alafu after like few days, like few weeks into the term, unaambiwa ati your kid was burnt. Alafu maybe you confirmed your kid is still alive, or maybe they've not even gotten the information, and you have to debate with yourself. You cannot even can you imagine even now? Are they sleeping? I'm very sure none of them is sleeping. I remember when my brother, we lost our brother some time back, years back, and my mom was so hurt. My mom was never the same after that because he was our firstborn. So I can imagine the pain of losing a child, and I'm really saying, like, we need to come out as the people. Like, let's be mad. We are not mad enough. We are not mad enough as a country. Hatujakasirika ya kutosha. It is not enough. That is why when Gen Zs were out there, the middle class were a bit skeptical and critical. Sisi kutoka nje wakisema, oh, you know, you guys want to ban the country. Let me tell you something. People test your boundaries. The government is testing our boundaries. People test you all the time, every single day. Even your friends, even your colleagues, whoever it is, even your partner, they are testing you every single day. They want to know. They'll do something to you. Waone reaction yako. You will do nothing. They'll do something else again. You will do nothing. That time they do it, wanasema, this one I can walk all over. You know, people test your boundaries every single day, and you have to be firm and say enough is enough. You have to tell somebody you're not going to step on me. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because of the Okay. I'm saying this because of our government. The government is doing very bad things to us. They killed young people during demonstrations. They've been abducting people. They've been doing nasty things. They've been coming up with, they're pushing bills, they're tabling bills and passing laws that are not, they don't favor the people. And imagine we are okay with that. We are okay with that. We're comfortable with that. it means something. You're setting a standard for yourself, and we're setting a standard for for ourselves when it comes to the government. So I think we need to come out. Nobody should listen to DCI Kenya. These are cooked up PR data and information. They are trying to disrupt tomorrow's demos. People need to come out. Na watu wapige nduru, like this is our country. We are taking back our country. Something else, and this is away from it but still related. I'll say that when wanasemanga, they usually say, what's the name of this thing? Like a curse. A curse takes four generations. When we count from election, the first 2007, let's walk back to 2007 and 2008, when post-election violence happened. It was so bad. Thousands of people were killed. When you count 2007, 2012, it's almost like when you count to now, 2022, and like during this period, it's 4 generations of election that have happened in the country. What does it mean? Like, we are paying for the evil of that generation. When people were getting killed and people were quiet, when that generation or our generation, whoever generation were there, the decision makers were quiet when people were killing other people, right? So we are suffering the consequences of our choices as a country. Okay, so but it is ending with us. It has to end with us, and we have to make the decision. There's a reason why tuko na Gen Z, tumekuwa na Gen X, and then we have Gen Y, and then now we're having Gen Zs. It means something. It's a Z. It's ending. This is ending. Like whatever era, whatever it is, whatever foundations we've had for a very long time, it has to end. So we have to be very vocal. Like, I'm very proud of us, very, very proud of us. People who have bigger following, the mid ones, like us, the new the ones that we have small accounts, we do what we can, and I think it's very important for everybody to come together. As it's a collective effort, na tuache kuwa divided. Like, I think it's high time that we realize that we are here together. We are suffering the same troubles. We are going through the same pain. So as the people, we need to come together collectively and fight this regime. Like, Ruto has to go. If he's not going to go, as people suggested about spirituality, accessing, me, I'm a spiritual person, and I do pray, and I do believe that God is supreme. We have the infinite spirit that watches all over us. And let me tell you something, some of us, we've encountered God, and we know that God works. He's still around. He still listens to his people, and we need to use that. Whatever you want to fight or to win in the physical realm, you have to win it on the spiritual. On the spectrum. On the spiritual spectrum. So if we're going to fight the government, the evil regime, we have to start from that level, And I'm really praying for everybody. I'm hoping everybody, like the parents who lost their children, we're sending our condolences. We're condoling with them, and we're sending them hugs and love and warmth. And we're praying that they'll get the comfort. For those who are still missing their kids, I hope that we're going to pressure the government today. Like, let's be mad about things. Like, let's be so mad about it. As much as we're pushing for Adani, like, human life is so important. I cannot imagine what family members are going through. I cannot imagine the pain. So let's really, really push on this. Let's not listen to the government. Let's not even engage them completely. This is our business. I miss Ubuntu. I miss the community, how we used to have that communal thing. We were connected communally, and we need to bring it back. If the government is not stepping up, we are going to step up. Whatever of course we still have it. We can see how we've contributed for each other, but I think it's high time that we just come forward as the people, not to let's be feisty. let's stop sitting on the fence about issues. You know, if somebody is going to feel a certain way about something, let them feel a certain way. You know what you're standing for, right? You know what you're standing for as a person. Stand for that. We are too grown to be playing safe with the government, playing safe with with friends who are sitting on the fence. No, me during finance bill, there are people I'm not talking to anymore just because they were supporting the government, and it's because maybe they're getting tenders or whatever they're getting from the government, you know. So I think we have to be mad. Kama you're not mad about this current situation, I don't know what you're doing. If you're quiet about this, if you're quiet about Endarasha, hapana. By the way, we are not okay. We are not even okay with you. So we really need to be mad about this situation. Me, that's all I can say. I'm so sorry. I wanted to keep it brief, but like, let's have empathy in this situation. Let's have empathy. Let's put ourselves in other people's shoes. The people who've lost their children. Me, by the way, that thing traumatizes me. Like, I can't. Sometimes I just in Nakavi, I sit in my bed and I'm just wondering, like, where are we as a country? Why is everything happening? Like, it's going on a spiral and it's not even going up, it's going down. You know, so when are we going to get positive vibes or positive gains in this country? Yeah. We are just, it's division, it's negativity, it's evil things happening every single day. And let me tell you something. Ruto knew what he was doing when he was killing people during the finance bill, the Occupy Parliament. I was there during the maandamano. It was so chaotic in town. I'm very sure a lot of us were there. And like, the way he killed people, he was trying to send a message to everybody. Like, try me. And if you've noticed, since then, the numbers on the streets are lower than what was there before. Why? Because people are scared, right? People are scared. But like, we need to revive that nini spirit again. It's a domino effect. Whatever is happening, if we had stopped Ruto that time, imagine none of these things. I'm very sure 99.99% that is a thing. I'm not a mathematician. And if those things, like whatever we're having, whatever we're experiencing as a country today, it couldn't have happened. You know, like, a lot of things could not have happened because he wasn't prepared. He was comfortable. He didn't know that we could go this far. He didn't know we could, you know, push the walls of parliament and, you know, storm into parliament. So, guys, when we have an opportunity, you know, there's a quote I saw about, I think it's Robert Greene. He said something like, if you ever meet somebody who has a sword, that is your enemy. You don't start being nice to them and speaking nice to them. No, you have to draw your sword. So we're dealing with a murderer. We're dealing with a murderer's an evil authority, and we have to tackle them, you know. And we need to come back to doing spaces, as many spaces as possible, you know. Like, I'm ready to be radicalized again. I need people to come out and say enough is enough, and we are mad about this, and we're mad about this, and we want this to go, and we want this to go. You know, this is our country. Somebody comes for 10 years, they come and disorganize everything. We are in the trenches financially, and somebody keeps on taking loans. Like, how are we going to repay them? Currently, whatever we were thinking about was to restructure the loans, but these guys, what are they doing? They keep on pushing us to the trenches, any deeper and deeper. So, like, until we are mad, like, nacha niambie, Gen X now are feeling it because of other things, right? Because of airport, because they're the ones, the majority employees there, they're feeling it, and millennials, they're feeling it, you know. So and even the boomers are still there. So we it's good that they're feeling the pinch, but I need us to know that it is up to us, the young people. It is up to us. I'm a millennial. It's up to us to come together and fight this government and fight this regime. because it is our future, that it is at stake at the moment. So yeah, so thank you, Keoti Sonko, thank you, Koino, and everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you. Joan. Where? I don't even want to speak. I'm just gonna go to George. George, please go ahead. Hi, George. Can you hear me? Okay, it seems that George is not there, so I'll go to the El Shafei and then Fabish afterwards to close off. So the El Shafei.
George Manyali, are you there? Okay, go ahead, Binti.
So the El Shafei, please go ahead, and then we'll go to Fabish afterwards. The El Shafei still no? Okay. Fabish, hi.
El Shafei? Before El Shafei, unasikia Binti? Okay.
So. Okay, Fabish, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, Escowino, Binti, Keoti. I think the lady who just spoke, the reason even why you see other people are not coming to speak, I think the lady who just spoke, Kutuny, she just hammer everything, She went through people's minds and come and just spoke everything that, people are to speak. I just had a few. Kwanza, this government is full of jokers. They cannot do anything until when they realize that the people are angry, is when now they try to come and concoct things, for a cover-up. And their problem is they cannot do even that one, they cannot get it right. Even as you are lying, still you are lies, you cannot get it right. Vile tu walitufanya pale wale walikuwa wanatupa pale mtoni. After wameenda wamefanya hizo vitu zote ukarabati, wakakosa pia kusema kwamba wameshika mtu right. Now this one wamejaribu kupanga hesabu hapa pale, still they cannot get it right. Yesterday I was asking a question in another space about the owner of the school. Kuna mali nimeona ati kwamba there is a statement from the school director. Kwanza, personally, I don't believe that director is genuine. Number one. Number two, I don't believe that is actually the only director. I believe that there are other people behind him, or he can be even maybe our family members who are in this government. Because vile anabebwa kimayai, siwezi kuamini kwamba tumepoteza maisha ya watoto zaidi ya 20, but anabebwa kubembelezwa sana wakati ameua watu. Jana tulikuwa another space, there was a lady alikuja akasema anamjua, walisoma naye. I wish I could have seen that lady. Ni venye nilikuja kama ashaondoka. So my appeal, my brothers and sisters, wala ambao tutabahatika kesho kwenda pale. Unajua hiyo shule kusema ukweli, hata vile ilijengwa, haifai kutumika kwa binadamu. Haifai kabisa. So my appeal, wale mtaenda kesho, kama Nyeri ni baridi, manake nasikia Nyeri huwa ni baridi sana, na hiyo shule nasikia imejengwa na mbao. So I think the best way ni watu waote moto wakingojea mpaka wazile watapata suluhisho. That piece of structure must be brought down kwanza yote. It should never house children again forever. Because hii mambo ya kwamba watu wanachukulia as if they are not human beings. Children are being killed, alafu kesho tena wengine wanaitwa wakuja wasomee the same place. when they are traumatized. So those pieces of structure should be brought down completely, kabisa. Na isiwahi tena kutumika hapo kama shule forever. Or in any public anything, hata kama ni hospital. At least, tuanza kukua na humanity. Wezi kuwa watu hapa, kama vile Bombolulu alifanya that time. Ati baadaye unakuja to what you can do is modify, bring a new name. You bring a new name out of the souls of the people that you kill there. Sasa DCI wanajaribu kwenda kusema wanafanya investigation. Not kufanya investigation, just only to bring altercation. So that tomorrow they start now to give excuse that, oh, you know, this is a scene of crime. You cannot enter here. You cannot do this, just to protect the criminal. Investigation. How many days now? Investigation ought to have started from the day one. Ni evidence gani mutapata pale? Everything has been tampered with. If Kenya Power walienda mpaka pale wakafanya nini zao, as an investigation gani mnaenda kutafuta tena? There is no evidence there. Everything has been tampered. Waache hizo mambo za mapia. Wakae Kiambu kwa ofisi ya AC. Waache kutusumbua hapa. Let people go themselves and find answers. Nikimalizia, I think Kenyans should wake up. Nakumbuka enzi za nyuma, wachawi walikuwa wakishikwa wanachoma moto na mob justice. Na hiyo trend iliendelea mpaka wachawi wakapungua. It was not the right thing to do, but that was the only option by then. After that, ikakuja kuwa wale waizi wa kupora watu, pickpocketers, wale snatchers, wakipatikana wanawekwa tile. Of which also I don't advocate, but mob justice hawakuwa na otherwise. When you ask them, mbona huyu mtu mkimshika hamwezi kumpeleka police station? Wanasema, oh, hata tukampeleka ataenda kuachiliwa aje atusumbue hapa mtaa. Okay? So wakakuja na the alternative means ya kudeal nao, kuweka tire. Now tuko na mtu ambao anaweza uza airport, minister anaenda kusign. Sasa kama tunaweza kuweka tire mwizi wa simu ama kipochi ya mwanamke, je, mwenye anauza airport anafaa tufanyeje? Inafaa tumfanyeje? So I see a trend where it will reach, kama hatuwezi kupata justice katika hili taifa. We will start going for these leaders. Ene mahali tunawapata, we do a mob justice. If it worked for wachawi, it can work pia for waizi wadogo. Kwa nini isi work for wao? Tukiongea hivyo tutaambiwa, oh, you are inciting. Oh, you are inciting. But when you are stealing money, it's okay for you. So mahali imefika Kenyans, because tukiulizia tunauawa, kwani sisi ndio damu yetu ni tamu ya kuuawa? So wacha waendelee hivi. Government agents that you are here, listen what Kenyans are saying. It will reach a point where those people practicing impunity tutawaendea moja kwa moja and doing them mob justice, including kuchomwa na tairi. Even wewe polisi ambao unakuja unaua watu kiolela, you have your home. Iko siku huko police station, people will just visit your home na unachukuliwa kama vile wachawi walikuwa wanachukuliwa na kukarangwa na tairi. It will happen. Continue showing impunity and threatening Kenyans and killing Kenyans. You cannot do this forever. You cannot do this forever. You will get away with few of them, but not for everyone. Mujue kwamba wa Kenya, hata paka ukimpiga, unamsukumia kwa kona, it will reach a point where hata yeye pia atakuattack. you will be defensive. So kama mnafikiria watu wa Kenya just because tumanunulia nyinyi bunduki na risasi na tunawalipa tukanunulia na uniform muende mutulinda, and then you are using now that force against us, it will reach a point where Kenyans will come and start defending themselves. We will not come for you as a barracks, but for you as an individual. Wewe waziri ambao unafikiria unakuja unafanya maovu ati sababu unalindwa na bodyguard, tutakuja tu kukraukia siku moja, one day, siku moja asubuhi, tukutoe peke yako, tukutoe nguo uchi. Tukifanya hivyo, two of you, that is when they will know that Kenya is serious. Even the court will start acting. Because you cannot tell me that 50 million Kenyans, tumeenda kotini, court orders, you are ignoring. Mnafanya vitu ambao you don't follow the constitution. So it will reach a point where now, when people also stop following constitution, that is when you will understand. Nyayo tu kwa sasa.
Asante sana Fabish. Asante sana, tunashukuru sana. Tafadhali, ladies and gentlemen, tunamalizia. Tumemalizia kwa leo. For those who have requested the mic, please, tomorrow is another day. Tomorrow is another day. We are sorry we are not accepting more requests. We are supposed to wind up at 2 a.m. It's 2:14. So, tafadhali, tuwie radhi. Kesho ni siku nyingine pia, na huenda mkawa na nafasi ya kuzungumza nasi. Mi hata sitakuwa na mengi ya kusema. So, Wanyama, are you there? I believe you slept long time ago. Wanyama? Okay, Wanyama is not there. Binti, please, you can give your final submissions before we go.
So, thank you very much, Kawino. Thank you very much to our speakers and our listeners for always tuning in to Sauti ya Mwananchi. And yeah, today was a very heavy discussion or conversation, but it's important to have them, and it's important for us to figure out how to go forward. So shortly, as a close off, I'd like to play a quick clip. It's gonna be like 2 minutes, so bear with me, please. But it's a clip from of a distraught mother that was she was trying to locate her son. It was after the protest that happened like 2 months ago. His name is Joseph Mwangi Cairo, and he'd been missing. So she went to a hospital, she went to the morgue, she went to police stations, but it's just that nobody was helping her. Now, I know that's a 20-year-old and they were protesting. Doesn't justify it, but it's different. But the thing is, that's the same attitude that this government has towards our young kids. Like, they've been showing us how much they value our lives and our children's lives. And to be honest, like, it's disgusting. It's quite frankly disgusting. How many kids are going to go missing? How many lives are going to be taken away from us? 70 kids? Like, first of all, Endarasha, what type of nonsense is happening there? Because the math is not mathing. The math is just not mathing. So as you watch this, please ask yourself, like, what type of country do we have here that we've become so used to, it's become such a norm for us to hear our mothers' cries? What efforts are being put to help the families of those that lost their kids in Yeri? And what would happen if it was actually somebody, like, what if it was Ruto's child that was missing or that had been burnt down, Like, we have to ask ourselves questions like that. So just bear with me 2 minutes, and I hope you can hear this. And Kawina, don't tell me about my speaker. I know my speaker is not great, so shh. Sijui kwenye yako. Simu imekuwa mteja from gate 18. That's the last time we talked to him. Na juu ya hii mambo iko, I was calling kumwambia kuongea kuhusu maandamano, na ndio nikapata mtoto wangu ako mteja. From that time nimekuwa nikizunguka, nimeenda hospitali zote zenye ziko around. Alikuwa na Kamweki, nimeenda hospitali zote, nimeenda mortuary, nimeenda police station,
Na to make the matter worse, ile kitu inaniuma, nimeripoti. Na nimeripoti Kasarani police station. Hakuna usaidizi yoyote unapewa. As a Kenyan, nafaa kufanya nini? Kama mzazi wa Mwangi, nafaa kufanya nini mimi? Cause ile kitu inafaa kufuata, ile njia nafaa kufuata ya kwenda kuripoti a missing child. Umefanya. Unaenda unapata police amekaa na unamwambia mtoto wako amekosekana for this time na umeripoti na hakuna kitu anakusaidia nayo. Anakuambia kuna data inafaa kutoka kwa Safaricom. You never know. Haujai kuwa in that scene again. Hujui utaenda wapi, hujui utaanza wapi, hujui utamalizia wapi. You can imagine hizo masiku zote unalala, unaamuka, unaenda kutafuta mtoto wako. Unaenda hospitali, unaenda mpaka unaanza kuamsha wale watu wenye wako wamelala wamejifunika. Uone kama mtoto wako alipatwa na shida yote ama aliumia kwa maandamano, ako kwa hospitali. You can imagine venye tunaenda through. Familia, kila mtu ako kwa pande yake, ingine pande yake akitafuta mtoto. Na kuna government. Kuna ile kitu unafaa kufuata. Kuna wale watu wanafaa kutafuta missing person. Kuna data, kuna technology. Sasa utaenda ukitafuta, unaenda ukiangalia everybody. Uangalia kama huyo ni mtoto wako. Utafanya nini? Ukienda kwa police station anakuangalia.
I'll just stop it there because it's just very it's sad. It's a very sad state of affairs. That's a very heartbreaking mother, and many mothers right now are feeling the same thing. Many fathers are feeling the same thing, and you have to ask yourself, like, how do these guys value the lives of our children, and what are we doing about it? How are we going to hold them accountable? The principal of this school, the members of staff, whether there was a security guard, a matron, whoever, and now climbing up the ladder, this PS for Education, there's a huge lack of empathy, a huge lack of action, and a huge lack of humanity. And honestly, it's like I said, it's sickening. This Maura person, guys, are the lives of our children worth rice and beans? Rice and beans. Today is Occupy Endarasha Day, and our mission is to be in solidarity with our fellow mothers, our fellow fathers, brothers and sisters. Let's remind this government that they've shown us that they're willing to do anything to us adults. But children should be off boundaries. Children are off boundaries. And to you people in the government right now, I'll just tell you this directly. I'll speak to you directly. One thing you will do well to remember is that the 3 things you do not get to choose in this life is when you're born, what gender you're born, and where you're born. You could just as easily have been one of those mothers or one of those fathers or one of the innocent children that perished in that fire or is currently missing. Please do better. Thank you, Koino.
Asante sana binti. Asante sana. Reminded me of that clip. And again, this tells you how much the government inatufunikanga macho, because I'm sure most of you in this space have even forgotten the cries of that man. Because government get a lot of scandals after that, so that msahau hizo zingine, just the way they're trying to do the Endarasha story. All I can say is hakuna mzazi anapendanga kupoteza mtoto wake, na hakuna mzazi anafaa kuzika mtoto wake. Personally nishaiona mzazi mwenye alipoteza mtoto wake through fire, akachomeka, and I saw hadi the remains when I was sitting in school, and it's a scene huwezi waitaka kuona at all. So all we just want is, where are the 70 kids? Mi sitaki kuamini history na DCI wamekuja kukuka hapa jioni saa hii
Koino.
Yes.
Please come closer to the mic.
Yes.
We keep losing you slightly.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I'm saying, Miss Taki, I cannot buy this story ati DCI imekuja ikacook this evening ati washapata hao watoto wameaccount for every kid, na the school pia imerelease statement. You can see in my tweet, I've put a tweet up there on that statement I was telling you guys. I really don't believe in coincidences. I've never believed in coincidences. Now, I'm not convinced that wame account for every kid suddenly. And even if you check their statement and that maths, it's not adding up. I don't know if it's going to save us, but if we have to save ourselves, then we have to shout at the top of our voices, because tukinyamaza tutadhulumiwa zaidi. Na mali hii nchi inaelekea, I don't think if these leaders care at all. They just want to fill their pockets and all that. One moment it's Adani, the other moment it's fire, hiyo moment ingine sijui ni finance bill, like corruption, scandal after scandal after scandal. And these things, hizi mambo na madili, hizi madili bushi, zinafanyikanga tu wakati wanataka kuchukua loan mahali. Juzi wameenda China, wameenda kuchukua loan sijui ya 40 billion. Have you even asked pesa inataka kufanywa nini? Hata hatujafika hapo. Hatujafika hapo. Bado tunapigana na Adani. Najua hata watu bado hawajui kumbe rais alikuwa ameenda kuitisha loan huko. Like haijam kuja kwa akili ya watu. Na mjambiwa hiyo pesa inataka kufanya nini? Like we are processing a lot of things at the same time. Yani hatuwezi oa, hatuwezi kuwa in relationships because tunapigana na bad governance. Hatuwezi pendana. Mnaona how critical this situation is, how bad it is. Tumegeuzwa activist revolutionists at a very young age, because we have to fight for our country. We want our kids to live in a nation itakuwa very fair and just. We want them to be proud of being Kenyans, and we cannot do that to Kenyans. So if the government has got us here, we just have to fight for our country. Hatuna any other option. It is us for ourselves, now for themselves, because I think the political class wameshaamua, wakakata kauli na wakasema wananchi wa kawaida lazima tuwatese na wachoke. Imagine as if that is not enough. The government inataka kufanya road shows. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm saying road shows. Unajua road shows ya kufanya nini? Hapana, si ya kucampaign for elections. Ya kuambia muende mfanye kazi Saudi Arabia. Imagine how much funds are they going to use to do that? Just to tell you that you went to work abroad. How much funds are they? Si watumie pesa ku create jobs. That is how fucked up this country is. They don't care at all. So long as they are okay, so long as watoto wao wamesoma kwa private universities huko majuu and any other place, that is all they care about. So long as they have built their empires, that is what they care about. Sisi walala hoi, we've been left for the dogs. Sisi sasa tubaki tuangaike. I won't say much. I'll just say this. Occupy Endarasha. Those please traveling, we just hope these kids are found, because hakuna hata mzazi ametoka akasema mtoto hata amepatikana. But apparently serikali inatuambia washapata kila mtu. Oh, Jesus Christ. These are the times zile movies nilikuwa na watch watu wakiassassinate hata ma president na kwa reality. These are the times that vigilantes wanahitajika. These are the times. But what can we do? Tutaenda to the constitutional way. We will do everything possible. Haki ya Mungu, serikali ya irudi. Mchukue tu vitambulisho, mchukue kura tafadhali. Ile kura tunafaa kupiga 2027. Hata hizo nchi zinaziitanga democratic ni worlds kama America nini, they should just sit and watch. Watashtuka sana. Because I believe every single citizen is fed up. All said and done, I just want to wish you guys a good night. As much as I know there is nothing good about these nights and days, but I just want to wish you a good night. Have some rest kwa wenye mnaamka asubuhi, wenye mnarauka darasha. Tafadhali, will be with you in our thoughts and prayers. personally want to make it because of personal reasons, but I wish I was good. I could make it. Lale poa, tukutane asubuhi. Sauti ya Mwananchi. KOT, are you there? KOT, are you there? Wow.
Mabonga, Marvin Mabonga. Allah. Koina, you might have to do our anthems today.
Kama Mabonga alishatuacha. Let me get there.
Well, okay, thank you guys very much. Thank you very much for. Oh, he's there. He's laughing, sending emojis. Maybe he just wants to hear your speakers instead.
We Mabonga uko hapo tu alafu unajifanya. Ni speaker hauna. Marvin Mabonga.
Kawino, nasemaje?
Usemaje? Uko tu hapa tu unajifanya hapa, kumbe unatusikia.
Mimi nawasikia tu bwana. Kwanza wewe ndio unapenda kusikiza juu. Unakwambia na stories za Ekaya.
Stories za Ekaya gani sasa hapo? Kuna mambo mengi sana.
Ndio na stories za jaba sometimes. Unakwambia na siasa nyingi.
Hiyo stories za jaba.
Unakuwa na siasa nyingi.
Stories za jaba tuliachia Rijoba.
Anyway, nikusaidie aje?
Jo aliwaambia tu ukweli hapa, akiwaambia kama mchezo pale State House. Akiwaambia pale State House kuna sijui watu wanakulwa roho ama nini, kuna room 47 sijui iko na nini. We were all here laughing. Kile ni jokes. Ndugu yangu utapata hata watoto walikulwa huko. Bali tumefika. Huwezi amini kitu yote nchi. Na huko ni wapi? But anyway. It's all such is life. Na hiyo kiti nimepea Jo, hiyo ni hatari sana. Hiyo kiti ni ya kuhesabu masamaki. Bro.
By the
Kwanza hata wanahesabu hadi masamaki.
and I saw it was how many 1.7 billion. 1.7 billion to count fish. Surely.
1.6 billion wamehesabu samaki yenye iko kwa territory ya Kenya. Na hiyo samaki ikipepa iende territory ya
Sasa. Ishaenda.
Tena wanaanza count afresh ama wanasema wakufanya maybe the thorough job because they needed 3.6 billion, 3.5 billion to do a thorough job. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't need sex because the government fucks me every day.
Wallahi, this government, hey. We'll see wonders. But it's okay. Today is
Koino, do you need sex daily when the government is doing that every day?
No, I don't need sex. I don't even need it for a single day because they keep fucking me every day.
Government ya William Samuel Ruto. Lakini wa jamaa honestly tu 2027 akisimama ajiweke sura yake kwa ballot ama any general election inakuja anytime soon, jamaa atakuwa na balls kuliko hata za wanyama. Juu huwezi fanyia watu hivyo alafu still ukuje uvae. That's stupidity na kubeba watu ujinga, kubeba watu upuzi. Anyway, acha tungoja.
Sawa manze. Tatusikia mbele zetu tuende bwana.
Sawa. Na hiyo namba iko hapo juu bana, sijui mbona mnanipigianga na ya simu. Nataka space ianguke. Mtu sijai jaribu kucall na hiyo namba nikiwa space. Itadunda. Ninyi mtabaki hapa. Mimi nitakuwa tu huku nawasikiza kama mshaanguka. Sawa.
Any more than just music, any chant, niggas kwa wapuze. Yeah, any more than just music, any chant, niggas kwa wapuze. Any more than just music, any chant, tunakasa wapuzi. Leo wanatuona tuliwavotia
Nyumba Mungu mgani na ndayo watu meua watu wangapi? Kennedy Onyango 12 years Rongai, Denzel Omondi mchukulia uhai. Hapa ni wapi? Mambo walai. Austin Makoha, Christian Gitonga, Joshua Ombati na Wilson Sikati, bado nawapenda, kuna siku watu wa hati. Waresh wetu, heroines wetu, Caroline Shiramba na Valentine Jerry, hata surrender bado mapambano daily. British Scott, Clinton Mavali, usiku kucha tuko macho hatulale. Kevin Madanga, Emmanuel Tata, Lema Enga Saine, Matthew Njoroge, Kelvin Mawati na Kennedy Njeru. Tawakumbuka diaspora mpaka Ujeru. Eric Kiratu, Ibrahim Wanjiru, Kennedy Maina na Erickson Kialo, Eric Kayoni na David Chege, Beasley Kogi, Mike Kihunga. Chenye mlifanya mikono tunawaunga. Pegi tuliwasha hadi vita wanakula. Jada kwa litupa kama sita tulivuta. Rex Masai mweke picha kwa manguo. Fundishe history makambo mpaka na machuo. How kids, women and many have been mentioned were killed in 2024 fighting for the nation. Yeah, ini more than just music. Ini chant, ni class power boost. Yeah, ini more than just music. Ini chant, ni class power boost. Tumetoka kusikia hiyo story ya mlima. Mara mumeshikana murembe mzima. Usomi viongozi wamegeuka wa kabila. Inchi yetu literally wametupa ndani ya pipa. Opposition walidandia vipi? Amupeja vijana wakajigawia viti. Wananchi ndo walishikwa wakalala ndani ya jela. Wengine wakapigwa marisasi wakakenya. Damn, president bila emotions. Na kila Sunday na muana kwa devotions. Na huyo Mungu ndo atakupiga viboko. Wazazi wetu wakikulia mikopo. Wapi state overalls wanatumia machopa. 1 million wanabaia maboxa. Imagine budget paka ofisi ya doka. Don't tueleze hiyo ndio kuokoka. Mnataka kuzaya watu wa dan bana. Na hiyo deal tunaielewa kwa undani sana. Na hiyo kitu mepea jo, hiyo ni hatari sana. Na umekimya tukiwao, hapana bana. Wengi ni taxi mewakost makaria. Wanabiashara wakenda loss wakalia. Nyinyi mnadhani tunafaa kuimport kadamia. Ndani ya keti kimawazo kama tuale na ngamia. Ini more than just music. Ini chant, ni class power boost. Yeah, ini more than just music. Ini chant, ni class power boost. Wani ready leader wanani. Nyumbani kwako we hautujali. Badala ya ajira nyumbani mayouth wanatumwa kwa nchi za mbali. Tunahitaji manpower home. Tubadilishe kila mitaa hapa home. Hata minadai better education, proper medication, walimu na pesha, mavipi jeshi. Ninge chance unajua, nikituhuma ni lazima tuisebe. Na hakuna kugonga bro, maana nchi wameka mkuu wa chuta. Jenzi, ninge chance unajua, nikituhuma ni lazima tuisebe. Na hakuna kugonga bro, maana nchi wameka mkuu wa chuta. Britain siko so open, crocodile tears zinahitaji intervention ya kitunguu. Vikipigwa life shapoteza meaning, pombe inatumika kutoa law. Tumulishapoteza kifunguu, I'm offended. Youth uko depressed, una kazi na serikali inapea kazi wenye wanafaa wao retirement. So mbona una tense na hata mood ya worry? Hakuna hata pesa ya kulipwa peanuts. Siku hizi kila mtu anauza njugu. Si wenzetu wakati wa kura ndio wanakumbuka kutuita mandugu. Serikali ingekuwa inajali what we say. Parliament ingekuwa na headphones na sio speaker. Mchana unalala bunge na usiku wanataka night allowance. Hatred ni more, love ni rare. Wakristo ndio wako na chuki sana. Ironically, some of their favorite verses iko in the book of Romans. Truth iko na arrogance. RIP our fallen comrades. Kenya of life's importance. Let's teach our girls. Squeeze wengine wanatumia miadarati ndio wawe women of substance. I'm offended. We have a long way to go as a country na sio distance. Wafungwa bado wanaibia watu wakiwa kwa jela, propaganda ndio ina sell. Hapo State House wasikudanganye na deeds, hawataki kwenda heaven, wanaogopa kwenda hell. Wasikudanganye na words, body language can tell. Misplaced priorities. Hakuna maji kwa mifereji na masaa ya kura, wako busy kutap talent. Waliahidi stadium lakini kwa grounds vitu ni different. Nakuru, Kihika, Naiba na Samburu. Avieta Governor Koloyo Duadani, Manitis wako majani. Promises ni mingi lakini manifesto zao ni kama katiba. Zote zinasema vitu zenye hakuna.
Zakaya Temejaba bana.
Zakaya Temejaba. Let's go. Yes. Yes, wananchi.
Okay, sawa wanyama, acha
Okay.
tema jaba. Nashukuru sana kwa leo na binti pia.